I woke up to a throbbing knot on my head, stuck in some random joint called Habsburg Manor. Turns out, a donkey had just given me a brutal roundhouse kick about an hour prior. Now I'm rocking this scrawny, raven-haired kid persona named Rain. Yeah, I somehow got yanked right into an alternate universe. All around me, a bunch of dudes dressed in rough, scratchy fabrics formed a loose semicircle, while watching a massive blacksmith trim a donkey's hooves. We're all just junior servants grinding through training. My family literally blew their entire savings just to secure me this spot, and in 3 months, the manor's going to put us to the test and weed out everyone except 5 kids to become official servants. 2 blacksmith apprentices, 2 guards, and 1 dog trainer. So basically, it's like a cutthroat job interview from hell. Except the grand prize is literally becoming someone's servant. Sweet. A few rich local brats, the tavern owner's son, the innkeeper's kid, and the tanner's boy, were pointing right at me, cracking up over that donkey incident. These punks love pushing everyone around here. They've already forced me to scrub down the dorm completely solo every day, even though we're technically supposed to rotate shifts. I kept my eyes glued to the dirt and eavesdropped on their chatter. They were gossiping about a massive ogre that raided a nearby village last night, and some shady cult running human sacrifices over in the next county. Bloodthirsty monsters, plagues, haunted estates. I always assumed those were just campfire myths, spread by wandering bards and sells words. Turns out they might actually be legit. This place could low-key be a world packed with supernatural mojo. Then my number came up, meaning me, and some blonde kid named George are drafted to pin down the kicking donkey, while the blacksmith went to work on its hoofs. The beast's hoof was dealing with a nasty infection, so it started thrashing wildly whenever the pain hit. I gripped on for dear life with everything I had, sweating bullets since my physical stats are absolute trash. My energy was totally drained in under 2 minutes flat. As soon as we wrapped up, I face-planted onto the dirt, while those rich kids burst into laughter again. George's face turned beet red from sheer embarrassment, but I honestly couldn't care less, because right at that second, a glowing UI popped into my field of view. A translucent dialog box with text flashing. You assisted in hoof trimming. You learned a new skill, hoof trimming. Experience +1, and you unlocked a brand new job. Panel, blacksmith apprentice. When Hamilton mentioned to me that I could trade merit points for ferocious beast meat, I got hyped up for a second, until he clarified that beast meat, like aggressive bear chunks, isn't even that exclusive. I could easily purchase it with standard gold coins down in the county city, since monster hunters unload it all the time, and the local auction house always keeps fresh stock on hand, assuming I'm willing to splurge a bit extra. He strongly urged me to hoard my hard-earned merit points for way more valuable loot, like secret elixirs to drastically boost my physical strength, or high-grade advancement potions required to level up into a true knight. He pointed out that premium quality advancement potions cost a small fortune at auctions, and are notoriously tough to track down, whereas different knight breathing techniques demand specific potions to make any headway. And obviously, superior quality yields vastly better results. Every single word he uttered was absorbed by me with total focus. Not a single clue regarding how to step up into a full knight was ever dropped by Kreia before she split. Still, that low-key makes total sense, since building my skills started entirely from scratch. She probably never even dreamed I'd bump into that wall so soon within a year. Advancement potions got brought up by her one time before, but she immediately killed the topic. Her only advice was locking in on nailing down my foundation first. Anyway, she likely didn't want my head getting fried by extra distractions. Plenty of time remains before my merit points get locked in, so I can totally chew on it later. A quick thanks was given to Hamilton before I bounced. Right at the threshold, all the elite squad members of the Night's Watch were already posted up, each chilling with a sturdy draft horse. Captain Violin had one set aside and ready for me too. He let me know we'd be galloping over to Glimmer Lake, sitting roughly 2 hours out, wrapping up the quest in a few ticks, and cruising back to Flash Gold Town before the sun dipped, sitting even further out than the county city itself. Making that trek on foot would eat up half a day. There's no way we'd clear it before nightfall anyway. And nobody, not even knights, wants to lurk in the woods after dark. The cringe part of the whole situation was that I had zero experience riding horses. For ages, I was just clumsily swaying all over the saddle, until I finally caught my balance. Chuckling at me, Violin dropped the tip. That equestrian skills are an absolute must-have for Night's Watch crew. He recommended dropping by John's Ranch, down south of town for lessons, which would run me 2 gold coins. Suddenly, it clicked in my head that learning to ride was actually checked off as a prerequisite, just to become a night squire. Whether I could still enroll in that class felt sketchy to me, seeing as I'd already switched my gig from militia to the Night's Watch. Though picking it up anyway was totally worth a shot. 2 hours later, alongside the rest of the crew on a dusty slope, my eyes locked on a glimmer lake. Patches of morning haze still lingered stubbornly in the air, while rays of sunlight painted the water surface to look like a glowing sheet of gold. A dense wall of dark green forest boxed in the whole scenery. The view was seriously fire, and I couldn't help whispering. That Golden Light Lake would honestly be a way better name. Catching my comment, Violin flashed a grin and explained that summer nights are when the lake actually earns its real title, thanks to swarms of glowing bugs throwing a rave right above the waves. That is precisely when the lake hits peak aesthetic. A mental note was pinned in my brain to witness that vibe someday. Right after that, a strange movement caught my eye across the lake's edge, cutting through the fading fog. Several bizarre entities standing roughly 1.5 meters tall became visible, rocking fish heads on top of human bodies, while strolling down the shoreline. They looked like they were either scouting out fresh turf or simply hunting for grub, triggering anxious murmurs among the other Night's Watch members. These fishmen had infiltrated the zone way quicker than anticipated, making our well-timed arrival a total blessing. Our orders were to either chase them off or wipe them out, though straight-up erasing them was obviously the superior play. Otherwise, Hamilton would end up having to drag himself back here later to clean up the mess himself. Turning to Violin, I asked how we ought to execute the play, even though I'm clearly the heaviest hitter in this squad. Compared to my modest background, Villain and his crew pack way more combat hours under their belts. There's no way I'm going to front like I know a thing or two about battle strategies. A solid blueprint had already been drawn up by Villain. His strategy was to take down those stray scouts with arrows first thing. As soon as we managed to track down the Fishman encampment, he was going to deploy a guy named Mateo to draw them right out in the open. Casting a glance over at Mateo, I saw a dude who was short and lean, yet possessed sharp eyes and a really agile vibe. The whole game plan clicked in my head straight away. Total cowards are what these fishmen are. Any threat looking tough and built is something they will completely avoid. The second they spot someone looking tiny or low-key weak, though, they rush in screaming their heads off. That is exactly why Villain wanted to use that short, slender Mateo as bait to lure those beasts out of hiding, so we could surround and wipe them all out. It was a bulletproof strategy complete with a clean exit path, just in case things went south. Why not just charge headfirst right into their base? Simply because it would be a total fail. Faced with opponents they know they cannot beat, fishmen will instantly dive deep into the closest body of water to either round up backup forces or just camp out down there until the danger passes, unless the vast majority of them are taken down in one fell swoop. Their absurd reproduction rate means this entire zone would be infested with fishmen once more. Before you even know it, Villain gave the green light for everyone to move out and deal with that small group of scouts we had just spotted. Right after that, he turned his gaze to me and told me to sit this round out, since they could easily manage a few targets with ranged weapons. One quick look at the rest of the Night's Watch members made the reality of the situation dawn on me. I had only bothered to bring my heavy great sword, leaving any bow behind, and with my pathetic level 2 basic archery skill, I would honestly just be making a complete clown of myself. Villain was totally aware of that fact too, which explains why he never bothered reminding me to pack a bow. There is zero chance I am wasting any precious skill points on archery at this stage of the game either. So I stood back as a spectator, watching 10 Night's Watch elites fan out in a wide crescent formation, slide into striking distance, and let their arrows fly. Every single one of the 4 fishmen dropped dead instantly. That was the exact moment it clicked. Why Hamilton dispatched the Night's Watch instead of regular town guards. Their marksmanship is honestly playing in a totally different league. Walking closer, I crouched down to inspect the fallen creatures up close, standing about 1.5 meters in height. Their bodies were draped in fine, slippery scales that provided a decent layer of natural defense, roughly equivalent to a single layer of standard leather armor. They featured wide, bulging bubble eyes, gaping jaws packed with razor-sharp teeth, foul-smelling web hands, and matching web feet. Their gear consisted of total junk like crude fish spears, makeshift cleavers, and short javelins, with not a single bow to be found among them. Naturally, against my high-tier steel greatsword, those pathetic scales would not mean a single thing. Flipping one of the carcasses over, Villain pointed out a long, dorsal fin stretching all the way down its spine, studded with intermittent sharp spikes, and shaded in a dark gray tone. He noted that this particular look was the trademark of evil fin fishmen, meaning different physical traits point to distinct subspecies, and their overall power levels can swing wildly. Those black gill fishmen, near the fishing village pack way more punch than these, and even within the exact same species, tribes can be seriously different, so I hung on every word. Villain was dropping some major wisdom from past battles. We tracked those web footprints down, following a narrow creek winding upstream from Glimmer Lake. The tracks kept piling up everywhere, until their hideout suddenly came into view. Over a dozen freshly constructed, stilt houses built out of raw branches, and thatched roof panels lined the muddy riverbank. Tiny silhouettes darted back and forth inside. Villain furrowed his brow, realizing there were easily 100 fishmen. The intel report had called it a small squad, which usually means 30 to 50 max. Turns out the entire tribe had packed up and migrated here. He suggested we fall back and let Hamilton deal with this mess. While he caught his breath, I quickly checked my status panel. My level 1 Night's Watch class was sitting at 87 out of 100, and Giant Bear Swordsmanship. Level 2 was currently parked at 269 out of 300. Both skills were dangerously close to leveling up, so heading home empty-handed felt like a major L. I asked Villain straight up what the real difficulty was. He broke it down, explaining we had to wipe them out, almost entirely instead of just thinning out the herd. Even at 1 arrow per kill, it would take forever. And, according to the original blueprint, I was assigned to cut off their escape path. Back to the water, which meant facing this many fishmen, would put an insane amount of pressure on my shoulders. So that was his main worry. He was low-key stressing that I couldn't hold the front line. My perspective, though, was totally different. These fishmen didn't possess a single ranged weapon. My Giant Bear Swordsmanship was literally custom-built for crowd control and mob fights. Plus my 2 bonus points in Spirit gave me extra tactical awareness during skirmishes, making it way easier to dodge incoming damage. I told Villain I was totally confident and wanted to run the play. He looked shocked, but he could tell I meant business, seeing as I was stepping up for the hardest assignment. Turning me down would have completely killed team morale. After pausing a second, he gave my shoulder a solid pat and greenlit the plan, though he warned me to bail instantly if things went south. Then, he barked orders for everyone to set up trap lines behind us. As an emergency backup, the Night's Watch elites moved fast, rigging up sharp spike traps and hidden tripwires, while clearly marking each spot, so nobody on our side would accidentally trigger them. As soon as everything was prepped, Mateo snuck out solo, playing the role of a lost human hunter, who had wandered a bit too close to the monster camp. He hurled a few spears, taking down 3 fishmen instantly, and the entire camp erupted, like a kicked hornet's nest. Amidst a wave of piercing screeches, 20 to 30 angry fisherman warriors swarmed out clutching spears, crew knives, and heavy wooden clubs, charging straight at Mateo. Classic fishman behavior. Spotting a lone human meant their killer instincts instantly kicked in. Mateo put on a great panic act, scrambling back toward our designated ambush perimeter. The fishmen chased him right through a narrow mountain pass and ran headfirst into our trap. The Night's Watch elites. From the elevated ridge, they opened fire, pouring a devastating hail of arrows into the clustered mob below. Right on cue, the exact second, these bulging-eyed clowns spotted nearly 10 human archers materialize. They spun around to scramble back toward their camp. Yet there was zero chance I'd let that slide. Villain and I had previously mapped out a game plan to dismantle them piece by absolute piece. If even a single squad managed to escape, they'd rally their whole stinking tribe for payback. So, charging in from a rear, I locked down the valley's escape route, completely solo as my massive greatsword turned into a flashing silver blur, weaving up and down in sweeping, wide arcs. Each brutal swing carved straight through the fishmen, sending severed limbs, splintered gear, and eerie azure blood spraying across the foggy air. Pinned helplessly between a wall of arrows ahead and my blade behind, the fishmen completely lost their minds in panic. scurrying frantically like headless roaches, while trying to brute force an exit in both directions. Though after a few pathetic tries, only a pitiful handful remained standing and trembling in the dirt. A quick volley of follow-up arrows easily wiped them out. Trotting over, Villain gave me a heavy clap on the back, while I stood there trying to catch my breath. He muttered, but he finally grasped why Hamilton held me in such high regard. My combat prowess had clearly leveled up since our last encounter. He and the rest of the crew were low-key shook that I pulled this off, without taking a single scratch. That miraculous feat came down to my 11 spirit points, combined with my heightened danger intuition, which sharpens noticeably every time my spirit stat climbs. It gave me the edge to sidestep lethal hits I would have otherwise absorbed. Modestly, I told Villain that the victory belonged to the whole squad, since the vast majority of those fishmen actually bought it from arrows. That remark made his grin stretch even wider across his face. After all, who doesn't respect a powerhouse who stays low-key humble? While the rest of the crew took a breather, I pulled up my status panel. Flashing system alerts informed me that Giant Bear Swordsmanship had racked up 132 experience points, while my Night's Watch class pulled in an extra 67 experience, pushing my Night's Watch class straight to level 2. Currently sitting at 54 out of 300, my updated attributes look like this. Constitution 7. Strength 10, Agility 9 in Spirit 11, with 2 attribute points and 1 skill point sitting in reserve. Giant Bear Swordsmanship also hit level 3 at 101 out of 500 progress. Given how much I spam used my signature area attack, the Whirlwind Slash, throughout the brawl, the level up flooded my brain with dense combat drills and tips pertaining directly to that move. I instantly integrated those insights straight into my muscle memory, wrapping my palms tightly around the hilt once more. The weapon felt intuitively right, better than ever before. As for that spare skill point, I dumped it straight into my primary passive, Blacksmith's Might, boosting it to level 3 right in the heat of battle. Even the level 2 version had already been completely insane, since in roughly 40 frantic seconds of activation, I practically held the line against and totally demolished that entire wave of fishmen single-handedly. The recent upgrade officially changed the skill description from small boost to a massive, game-changing increase in sheer physical strength. The exact numbers completely escaped my mind, yet if that last boost sat around 40%, this current spike was definitely hitting 60%. That math brought 10 base strength plus 6, summing up to 16, practically touching full knight status. I couldn't shake the vibe that I was low-key sliding down the brute force. Makes Miracle's rabbit hole. For attribute points, 1 went straight into Constitution, keeping the rest in reserve. I clearly remembered how my Blacksmith's Might lasted, roughly 10 seconds longer this time around, surpassing the previous round. Mostly thanks to that sudden Constitution bump, the skills kept getting beefier, so keeping up my endurance was an absolute must. Raw power without stamina is totally trash. The exact second I assigned that point, a hidden passive effect triggered, instantly restoring my stamina and wiping out every drop of fatigue, while leaving me feeling totally hyped. My grip tightened around the cold hilt of my sword, ready for action. Before any words could escape my lips, a sudden disturbance rippled through the fishman camp. They weren't clueless, since none of the first squad returned. They clearly knew something was deeply wrong. Right then, a towering fishman warrior, way bigger than the rest, strode out of the camp clutching a gleaming spear. Right behind him loomed what looked like every last remaining fishman warrior from their entire tribe. He thrust his spear forward toward our position, sending the entire screeching swarm charging our way. Villain barked orders for everyone to fall back to their posts, leaving just me and Mateo to execute the original game plan. Mateo reels them in while I lock down the exit. Dashing and firing on the move, Mateo bolted, with the enraged fishmen chasing him right into the trap, screaming at the top of their lungs and wildly waving their weapons. Yet this time, just as we expected them to blindly rush inside, that giant spear-wielding fishman let loose a deafening roar that brought the whole horde to a screeching halt, right at the mouth of the valley. They weren't stepping inside. From my concealed spot just outside the valley, I could sense something was off. Some 30 fishmen clustered densely at the narrow pass, flat out refusing to cross the threshold into the valley. Mateo's angry curses echoed through the air as he tried taunting them, desperately trying to provoke a reaction. But these fishmen had clearly gotten smarter. They must have spotted all the uncollected corpses scattered around, and realized it was an obvious trap. To make matters worse, Mateo had completely run out of arrows. A bold strategy popped into my head. If they wouldn't enter peacefully, I'd forcefully drag them in. I shook my greatsword loose from its worn sheepskin wrapping, then stomped down so hard the dusty ground fractured beneath my boot, before launching myself at the enemy's rear. Like a downhill charging tiger, I triggered Blacksmith's Might, operating at level 3 backed by 16 points of pure strength, putting force behind every blow. I cut through the pack of fishmen like a runaway freight train. My heavy steel blade moved with such insane velocity. It resembled a high-speed sewing machine, where every silver flash sent another severed limb flying wildly through the air. That towering spear-wielding warrior finally locked his eyes on me, plowing right through his own squad. The beast lunged straight at me, letting out a savage roar. Zero fear crossed my mind because I was totally hyped up, locking my sneakers into the dirt. I launched myself way up into the sky. Dark muck blasted outward beneath my boots, and I brought my blade crashing down in an aerial slash, putting my absolute all into that single swing. Every single part of my body felt completely locked in, like each muscle was firing on all cylinders. That giant fishman threw up his steel spear to parry. It didn't do a thing. My sword sliced his weapon straight in half and kept plowing forward, slashing right across his forehead and tearing straight down through his chest and core. A jet of pale blue blood exploded outward like a fan-shaped fountain, before his body split cleanly into 2 pieces. His buggy eyes popped wide open, and his fishy jaws kept snapping open and shut, as if he was trying to gasp out some final words. That instantly shattered whatever fighting spirit was left in the remaining fishmen. The main boss couldn't even handle a single hit. They started trampling all over each other, desperate to escape into the valley, the very place they had been steering clear of. They probably knew how dangerous that zone was. Yet sticking outside with me meant certain doom, choosing between a risky gamble and guaranteed death. Even fishmen can figure out that math. The Night's Watch crew was losing their minds cheering. My entire duel had lasted under 30 seconds, yet it got everyone totally hyped. After that, the outcome was already a done deal. A couple of arrow volleys easily picked off the stragglers who had fled into the gorge. Villain sprinted over and threw me a massive bear hug, while I was still standing right there, reveling in how clean that jump slash felt. It was easily the sickest move I had ever pulled off. Ever since picking up giant bear swordsmanship, the system immediately verified it, awarding 248 experience points for my sword skills, plus 83 points for my Night's Watch class. My giant bear swordsmanship skyrocketed from level 3 at 101 out of 500 all the way up to 349 out of 500, pushing past the halfway mark, while Night's Watch leveled up to level 2 at 137 out of 300. What an insane loot haul. With 2 waves of Fishman warriors completely wiped out, that small evil Finn tribe was essentially broken. Following a brief breather, villain called for the final push. Yet this time around, no matter how hard Mateo tried to bait them out, the remaining fishmen refused to budge from their camp. They were genuinely terrified of him now. The Night's Watch guys were still super pumped up from watching my earlier showdown. They started throwing out tactical ideas so fast that villain could barely get a word in edgewise, flanking along the riverbank, herding the fishmen toward the dense forest, and picking them off one by one, while villain just grinned and nodded. He admitted later that he hadn't seen a squad this energized in ages, and could hardly believe it was all thanks to a teenage kid who still barely had any facial hair. I took the vanguard, swinging my massive greatsword, as my blade hummed right through the thick air, slashing along the murky riverbank, to block the camp off from the water completely. My squad of 10 Night's Watch archers hot-footed right behind me, herding the fishmen deep into the dark woods, with a non-stop rain of arrows. Mostly elderly and frail creatures were left behind in the camp, so barely any of them managed to put up a fight. It literally felt like a breeze sweeping away dead leaves. Those fishmen who scrambled into the forest fast figured out that it was a total dead end too. The Night Song Forest is crawling with savage predators that would love to snack on them, forcing them to double back toward the river. only to stumble right into another lethal volley of arrows. Picked off one by the watchful archers. Almost none of them ever reached the water. Their entire tribe was wiped out, even if a couple managed to escape. Any lone fisherman without a tribe will become easy prey for forest beasts. Since the whole skirmish was a total breeze, I only scraped together 49 swordsmanship XP, along with a meager 15 Knights Watch XP. Pretty expected given how massively one-sided it was. While I was busy checking my system alerts, the Knights Watch members were already combing the battlefield for loot, scavenging around. Fishman gear is usually absolute trash, though you occasionally score something epic. Like that time someone looted a fist-sized chunk of mithril off a dead fishman and got insanely rich overnight. I hung back at first, figuring it would look better for squad vibes if I wasn't acting greedy about the spoils during my very first group op, until Violent hollered at me with a big grin, asking if I really thought everyone just kept whatever they found. He explained how the Knights Watch actually follows strict protocols for splitting loot, with 30% going straight to the Empire, and the leftover 70% getting divided among the team, based on individual contribution, role, and injury compensation. Considering all the heavy lifting I pulled off in this fight, roughly half of that 70 portion belonged to me anyway. Once that clicked in my head, I felt kind of foolish for hesitating and dove into the search too. The valley corpses had already been thoroughly picked clean, so I shifted my focus to the main camp, stumbling into a still hut packed with cracked clay pots and stale dried fish that gave off a god-awful, nauseating stench. The second hut proved to be noticeably larger, decked out with more furniture, and a weathered wooden crate tucked in the shadows. Prizing it open with my sword revealed a gleaming stash inside, consisting of mixed gold and silver coins, a vibrant green agate, 3 or 4 heavy magnetite stones, and what looked like a solid gold nugget. Grabbing the nugget eagerly, I noticed it felt way too light, turning out to be nothing more than high-grade brass. What a major letdown. Tucking the legitimate coins and gems safely into a cloth pouch, while sweeping the bulkier magnetite stones out of the way, I suddenly caught sight of something hidden underneath. A fist-sized minéral casting à fin, mystérieux aura. Definitely out of the ordinary. That bizarre radiance instantly grabbed my full attention, lifting the strange, or proved it to be shockingly heavy, way denser than even raw star iron. I whispered to myself. Ever since the local blacksmith, Boris, filled me in and ID'd the stuff, Boris, I haven't been completely clueless about rare minerals anymore. Griping it tightly in my fist, I gave the chunk a couple of solid whacks with my greatsword, and not a single scratch appeared on its surface. Judging strictly by its heavy weight and insane density, this thing had to be some kind of premium grade, maybe even worth as much as Boris's star iron. Sneaking it away and keeping it for myself never crossed my mind. Given how hard I clutched the carry in that fight, I totally had the right to claim it, through regular loot distribution channels anyway. So, I shoved the crate's entire contents into a massive canvas sack, and hauled the whole stash over to Violent. The guy's eyes damn near popped out of his head taking in my massive haul, and he immediately dubbed me the squad's lucky charm. When I pointed out the glowing ore and requested it as my cut, he didn't even hesitate for a split second, tossing the chunk right back at me. He told me to just keep it, figuring that if the town's quartermaster ever got his hands on it for an appraisal, a solid 30% would automatically get taxed away by the Empire. Instead, he just made a deal that I'd buy everyone a round of tequila, if it turned out to be worth a fortune. It was pretty obvious to me that he cared way more about building a solid vibe with me than cashing in on any single stone. Right after that, one of the Night's Watch members shouted for Violent over by the bank, so I tag along out of pure curiosity. Down on the soggy, mud-slick ground near the riverbank, a bizarre line of gargantuan footprints stretched out and vanished deep into the shadowy forest. They were ridiculously massive, and Violent's face instantly drained of color. 4 toes, these are straight-up ogre tracks, he muttered, insisting we had to bail immediately. His theory was that this ogre had driven the Fishman tribe into the area, and was probably farming them like livestock. If that turned out to be legit, we had basically just slaughtered its personal cattle. He immediately ordered everybody to drop the looting and get the hell out of Dodge right now. Seeing a seasoned guy like Violent looking this shook made my stomach drop. He had literally just watched me wreck house and knew exactly how strong I was. Yet running away was still his top priority. that sent a clear message that ogres were way out of our league. We threw all the loot back onto the horses and retraced our steps in a hurry. Along the ride back, I couldn't help pressing him for answers. Were ogres genuinely that terrifying? I kept wondering why we didn't at least creep up closer to scope out their numbers. Violin turned dead serious, bringing up that ferocious Nolman I'd tangled with earlier. He asked if I thought that beast had been a tough opponent. I nodded, admitting it was hands down the hardest enemy I'd ever fought. That was when he dropped the bomb that if that exact Nolman crossed paths with an adult ogre, it would only have two choices: kneel and serve the ogre, or get crushed running away. No other options. The power gap between them was basically like comparing a stray wolf to a massive grizzly bear, which blew my mind. Up until then, I'd always pictured ogres as just big, clunky brutes. But apparently, I was way off. Violin then brought up that recent brutal raid on Alborough Town, noting how the town's security chief, a veteran knight named Hamza Churin, whose combat skills weren't far off from Hamilton's, got completely wrecked and nearly killed by a single wandering ogre. If the rest of the Night's Watch hadn't put their lives on the line to draw the monster's aggro away, Knight Hamza would have been history, while Hamza and I were total strangers. Hamilton's reputation was well known to me. If a battle-hardened knight couldn't take down an ogre, then my level 3 blacksmith strength wouldn't give me a fighting chance either. Honestly, Villain muttered under his breath that things have been going totally sideways across Meister County over the past year. As soon as we made our way back, he planned to brief Hamilton on those ogre tracks. Every ounce of pride I felt after wiping out those fishmen evaporated into thin air. An old-school saying from my past life suddenly flashed in my mind. The grind is far from over, so keep hustling. Back in Flash Gold Town that afternoon, events were unfolding completely off my radar. A totally average-looking middle-aged guy in a sleek black coat pushed open the doors of the Thick Brow Tavern. Going by the code, named Poison Blade, he operated as an elite assassin for the Wilderness Brotherhood. Some high-ranking heavyweight had ordered him to take out a teenager and make the hit look like a pure accident. His target file was labeled Red Rain, a local farmer's kid from Flash Gold Town, aged 14 to 16, who was currently doing page training over at Habsburg Manor, with a combat rating of basic militia. Such a bizarre target didn't faze him at all, since he had handled way dirtier contracts before, ranging from a viscount's personal maid and a baroness's bodyguard to even a nobleman's newborn baby. By eavesdropping on local chatter at the bar, he picked up that the page training had been put on hold ever since Alvin's son got taken down by a Norman. Hearing a mercenary chatted up with Richard, the owner's kid at the Oak Tavern, turned out to be absolute gold for his mission. His original blueprint had demanded stealthily infiltrating the heavily fortified Habsburg Manor, but that headache was completely gone now. Now he just needed to ambush me somewhere on my walk home. Taking down a militia-tier kid felt like a walk in the park to him. Meanwhile, I was sitting in Hamilton's office alongside Villain, giving a full debrief. Hamilton looked genuinely impressed that we pulled the mission off, even though the fishman numbers were way higher than what the initial scouting intel had indicated. Pairing Villain and me together seemed like a brilliant call in his eyes. While raw muscle was my thing, field savvy was my weakness, whereas Villain was battle-tested and sharp as attack, even if heavy hitters were out of his league. We basically balanced each other out. Once Villain brought up those threatening ogre tracks, Hamilton shot straight up from his seat, slamming both palms flat against his wooden desk. He demanded every single detail. Choosing his words carefully, Villain confirmed that they had uncovered a single set of massive four-toed footprints, pointing to at least one active ogre, though more could be out there for all we knew. Calming down a bit, Hamilton agreed completely that pushing our luck to investigate further would have been foolish. Ogres were just way out of our league. Escalating this update to the county city was an absolute must, he noted, especially since his previous injuries hadn't fully healed yet. If an ogre raid hit us like what went down in Alborough Town, things would get ugly fast, prompting him to grab a pen and quickly draft a letter, stamping it shut with red wax, pressing a signet ring onto his left hand. An emblem featuring a mounted Night's Watch member brandishing a torch was stamped, and immediately after that, a small brass bell was rung by him to summon Hardison, a guard instructed to rush the letter to Viscount Amati, serving as the county city security officer. Nighttime patrols by the Night's Watch were also ordered to be stepped up, with regular guards brought in to assist by Villain. Following Villain's departure, It was just Hamilton and me left in the room, prompting me to ask him straight up if he was low-key stressing that much over ogres. Despite his insane strength, a dead serious expression stayed glued to his face, explaining that adult ogres scale up to 3 meters in height and pack a heavy 700 to 800 pounds, swinging massive wooden clubs and brutal heavy weapons. Even fully geared knights totally struggle to tank their hits head-on. 3 meters tall, 700 to 800 pounds, those stats hit me like a truck, making the reality of it sink in completely. Hamilton elaborated that these monsters were way scarier than I first thought. And, to put things into perspective, Ikonik NBA Legendary Shakiri Onio, back from my old world, stood at only roughly 2.2 meters and weighed 300 to 400 pounds. Ogres are on a whole different level, capable of dealing devastating internal damage with heavy weapons, right through heavy plate armor. To make matters worse, ogres love rounding up kobolds, gnolls, and other freaky creatures as their loyal minions. Meaning when an ogre moves in on a human settlement, an entire army of trash mobs tags along for the massacre. Turning to Hamilton, I questioned why simple traps couldn't just be set to wipe them out, to which he shook his head, noting traps only work on basic beasts, whereas ogres possess a freakishly sharp danger sense, spotting and dodging traps effortlessly. Ferocious monsters share that exact trait, leaving almost zero room to outsmart these beasts with tricks, forcing humanity to lean entirely on raw, monstrous strength if they want any chance in a fight, which made everything click, finally helping me understand why knights hold such massive clout here. In a brutal realm, where individual combat power dictates everything, elite knights act as the absolute backbone of societal survival. Shifting gears right after, Hamilton changed the topic, pulling out a round badge slightly larger than a gold coin from the depths of his wooden drawer, shining in pale yellow from a copper alloy mixed with other metals. The front featured an intricately engraved roaring wolf head with razor fangs, while the reverse side stamped my name alongside, Meister County Flash Gold Town, and a lengthy serial number identifying it as an official novice bounty hunter badge, granting me the legal right to pack heat in public zones. No more beating down thugs with a makeshift hammer, though. On second thought, keeping that hammer as a backup wasn't a bad play either, especially with my hammer proficiency skill maxed out. Luckily, Hamilton mentioned my timing was immaculate with the application, or else a whole extra month of waiting would have been required. As I headed out, Villain jogged up to catch me, beaming with a grin as he shoved a heavy pouch into my hands, representing my cut of the loot. 70% of the overall earnings had been appraised by the quartermaster, at a total value of 20 gold and 9 silver coins, leaving Villain handing over 10 gold pieces to me, after rounding down the sum, even though I tried arguing it was way too much. Yet any refusal was completely ignored by him. With a heavy pat on my shoulder, he just strolled away. Before I could even object, my fingers safely stashed the cash, while my palm brushed against that weird thing resting in my pocket. Dropping by Boris's blacksmith shop to figure out what this item was crossed my mind. But shadows were creeping across the sky, making me pivot straight toward home instead. Little did I know that a shady hitman, known as Poison Blade, was already lurking near my doorstep, scouting out the perimeter thoroughly. He confirmed my absence before setting up his deadly trap. His fingers methodically coated his dagger, Black Thorn, with a toxic mix meant to induce dizziness and paralysis. The game plan was straightforward. Knife me, drag my dead weight into the nearby woods, let me bleed out, and count on the scent of blood to draw in hungry predators. Once locals eventually stumbled upon my remains, they would simply assume I wandered off into the trees and got mauled by wild beasts. It wasn't exactly a masterpiece of a plan, but hey, the low paycheck clearly didn't merit any extra effort. Lying low within the murky shadows of a side alley, he suddenly caught sight of me heading his way. Matching my face to a dossier sketch he had memorized, he stepped out from the cover and intercepted my path dead on, trudging through the gloom on my way home. While lugging my wrapped-up greatsword, I was riding high on a productive day, until a generic-looking guy dressed in black stepped up to me, wearing a fake-ass smile, and politely asking for directions to the Oak Tavern. The absolute second I began turning to point him forward, blaring sirens went off in my brain, as a streak of jet-black darkness lunged at me like a thunderbolt. putting every ounce of muscle into a desperate pivot. I whipped my massive weapon down in a savage arc. A sharp sting nipped my right flank. My swing totally missed, and the heavy blade crashed into the dirt, stirring up dust as he effortlessly sidestepped it. A dagger? Oh man, this was a legit assassin. That dart flash came hurtling back again, forcing me to instinctively yank my greatsword straight up into a tight block, deploying the ultimate defensive maneuver taught in giant bear swordsmanship. His blade met the wide steel surface with a deafening clang, recoiling hard enough to throw him off balance for a split second. Seizing that exact opening, I slammed my heel against the flat of the blade, blasting a cloud of dirt and grit right into his eyes. While he threw his arm up to block the debris and leaped backward, I triggered Blacksmith's Might and immediately unleashed the Whirlwind Slash. Having spammed this exact move all day against those fishmen, it executed with blinding speed and lethal intent, combining my arm span with the enormous reach of the sword. Even at his maximum retreat velocity, he was still half a meter short of clearing the blade's danger zone. He twisted midair in desperation, pulling his short dagger tight against his waist to brace the impact. Gotta hand it to him, his reflexes were insane, since that maneuver kept him from getting sliced clean in half. Still, packing 16 points of strength behind a heavy great sword clashing with a toothpick dagger, he folded up like a cheap lawn chair. The kinetic blow launched him like a runaway cannonball, straight toward the tree line, where he crashed hard into a thick trunk. Dark crimson blood splattered everywhere before splashing back down hard onto the cold dirt. More red coughed up into the dust. Utter devastation had completely wrecked his right forearm. Jagged shards of broken bone tore right through the flesh. Honestly, he caught a massive break. That dagger of his must have been top-tier craft. Otherwise, it would have shattered on impact. An ordinary blade would have snapped instantly, and my steel would have split him clean in half. Repeated attempts to push himself up ended in pathetic collapses. That single whirlwind slash had crushed his arm to pulp, shattered his ribs, and wrecked his insides. Only someone hardened by a killer's brutal training could possibly survive that. Stepping closer to extract some answers, I locked eyes with him for a split second and caught a fierce flash of grim resolve. Thick black blood began oozing from the corner of his lips. The guy had just bitten down on a hidden poison capsule. Rushing forward was totally useless in the end. He was already gone, a pro right down to his final breath. My mind raced to figure out who pulled his strings. Thickbrow's idea of payback was petty, just hiring some drunk thug to jump me and break an arm. This assassin was leagues out of his pathetic league, both in deadly skill and sheer price tag, leaving two prime suspects. Either Cole, the ruthless hyena gang boss, found out I dropped Blackbeard, or someone tangled in the messy Habsburg inheritance war wanted me wiped out. Both factions had the motive and the cash. That familiar, nagging panic gripped me again, screaming that I needed to level up fast. Survival tonight came down to sheer dumb luck. Danger warning me just in time, and the killer falling within a threshold I could barely manage. Had he been just a bit stronger, I'd be food for worms, crouching down to rifle through his pockets for clues. A sudden wave of dizziness hit my brain. Glancing downward, I noticed a shallow slice lingering on my right flank. The bleeding was barely a trickle, yet the surrounding skin had gone entirely dead numb. That scumbag had coated his blade in toxin. My jaw clenched tight, but inspecting the cut calmed me down. I wasn't completely screwed yet. The flesh around the wound hadn't turned pitch black or anything. The poison didn't seem instantly fatal, plus I still had that unspent attribute point, hoarded away for emergencies. This was precisely the kind of life-or-death crisis I was saving it for. Without hesitation, I dumped the point straight into Constitution. Instantly, a wave of cozy warmth radiated outward from my chest, flooding my entire body as lost vigor rushed back, and the brain fog vanished. However, the skin near the laceration remained numb, proving the venom was still active, stealthily sinking deeper into my tissue. That attribute point essentially acted as a total system reset for my physical stats. Though it couldn't physically purge the poison itself, I hurriedly searched the corpse's gear again, after confirming he was truly pushing daisies. A certified poison expert like him would definitely pack vials of toxins and antidotes, even if he lacked the exact cure for the specific blend he used on me. Finding the matching vial could be my only ticket. That would have totally helped me figure out what kind of mess I was stepping into. only to stumble upon 7 or 8 tiny glass flasks, hidden deep inside his belt pouch instead, with 0 labels on them. The guy must have memorized every single one, based strictly on color and shape. There was literally no way I could crack that code by myself. Shoving his lifeless body behind a massive boulder, I swiped all the flasks along with his dagger and coin pouch before hustling back into town, making a beeline straight for Abel's potion shop. Abel was a quiet, slender guy sitting around 40, who spent most of his lonely hours brewing concoctions. Locals used to mock him as Weirdo Abel, until they realized his mixtures were way more potent and far cheaper than anything else on the market, prompting them to switch his nickname to Pharmacist Abel. There was even this wild rumor about how the local tailor's daughter, a gorgeous 18 or 19-year-old named Molly, ended up completely smitten with this middle-aged recluse. Everybody panicked and judged it at first, before coming around to the fact that he was actually solid and totally harmless. They've been happily married for about 6 months now. Social calls weren't on my agenda today since I desperately needed Abel to pinpoint the exact antidote for my stash. Complex crises definitely call for professional help. By the time my boots crunched outside the shop, that annoying dizziness started creeping back in, even though it felt slightly milder than before. I honestly couldn't tell if my boosted constitution was fighting it off, or if the toxin was just naturally losing steam. Abel was nowhere in sight, with Molly holding down the counter instead. She flashed a warm greeting my way, having known each other since our childhood days. She dropped the news that Abel had been summoned by the new security officer over at the administration hall, leaving me to thank her and dash off in a hurry before she could add anything else. Upon reaching the administration hall, I discovered Abel was locked inside Hamilton's office. Pushing the door open after a quick knock, revealed Abel clad in a dark robe, standing right next to Hamilton, apparently patching up the man's injuries. Seeing it actually gave me a massive wave of relief. If Abel was capable of healing overnight combat wounds, my minor poisoning shouldn't be a big deal at all. Hamilton looked visibly startled to see me bounce back so fast, causing a brief exchange of glances between him and Abel. Catching the drift, Hamilton gave a casual wave of his hand, assuring me Abel was a trusted old buddy, and that I could talk openly, so I laid it out straight. An assassin just jumped me out of nowhere, and now I'm carrying poison in my veins. Hamilton launched out of his chair with his eyes blown wide, while even the famously expressionless Abel stared at me in disbelief, as if processing the sheer absurdity that someone my age had a hitman sent after them. Wasting 0 time on further explanations, I strode right up to the desk and emptied the entire collection of bottles and jars onto the wood, with a loud clatter before slapping the dark dagger right on top. Dead silence filled the room as he and Abel locked eyes, instantly erasing whatever skepticism they might have harbored. Since the physical evidence made it obvious I wasn't bluffing, telling me to chill out, Abel stepped forward to inspect the damage. Stepping closer under the dim candlelight, he inspected my bloody injury and gave the dark dagger a quick sniff. After checking my dilated pupils, he dropped the bombshell that it was merely a standard paralytic agent. Even without tracking down a cure, its effects would naturally fade away within half a day. Raising a single eyebrow, he casually remarked that my physical constitution was ridiculously tough. Apparently, any ordinary person would have completely blacked out and hit the floor, just minutes after getting grazed by that toxic stuff. Clearly impressed, he watched me stand my ground without showing any intent to surrender. A massive wave of relief washed over me, knowing it was just temporary paralysis and nothing fatal. Nothing deadly at all. Without wasting a beat, Abel started rummaging through the assassin's stash of vials. Without me even asking, he picked up the first bottle, popped the cork, took a sharp sniff, and instantly called out what it was. A lethal neurotoxin brewed from death grass and toxic flowers, capable of taking a life in minutes before grabbing the next one. A brutal laceration poison crafted from sharp sawgrass, guaranteeing non-stop bleeding going right down the line. He blew through each bottle in literally under 5 seconds flat. My jaw just dropped in pure disbelief, since he recognized those deadly chemicals like he'd brewed them himself in a lab. That was the exact moment I seriously began to doubt if Abel was just some low-key local pharmacist. The correct antidote was tracked down in no time, though it was split annoyingly across 2 separate containers that had to be combined together. My expression turned pitch black as soon as I heard that detail. Who even thinks of a dirty trick like that? The assassin had purposely divided the cure into two independent parts, so nobody could accidentally use it on themselves. Only a certified expert who truly mastered advanced apothecary would ever spot that trap. Thank God I came straight to Abel. Mixing the contents of both bottles together, he gave them a vigorous shake and handed the mixture right over to me. He gave me a heads up that it might pack a pretty brutal punch to the nostrils. Giving a tight nod, I took a massive, hesitant sniff. My face instantly turned sickly green, and I nearly barfed right then and there. It was hands down the most vile stench I had ever encountered in my life, resembling what a concentrated skunk spray must smell like. My temples started throbbing intensely, and something deep inside my skull felt like it was having a spasm. Catching Abel standing nearby with a sly, knowing half-smile, I suddenly understood why he had bothered to warn me so quietly. That guy is low-key evil. Even so, it worked like an absolute charm. That heavy dizziness practically evaporated after just that initial inhale. Forcing myself forward, I took another deep breath, feeling like someone had just shoved a spoon of raw wasabi straight up my nose. After 2 solid hits of that garbage, my head was completely clear again. Even the deep laceration on my side started throbbing with pain once more, which proved the dangerous numbness had completely worn off. Wrapping things up, Abel gave Hamilton a few final instructions regarding his physical recovery before packing up and heading out. Hamilton turned to me, asking if I had taken care of the assassin's corpse. I gave him the exact coordinates where I stashed it, tucked securely behind a massive boulder in the woods. Located near the southern edge of town, ringing a small brass desk bell, he sent Villain out to handle the cleanup. Right after that, I brought up Weather Cole, the ruthless hyena gang boss. Might have already caught wind that I took out Blackbeard. Taking a moment to mull it over, Hamilton rhythmically tapped his fingers against the wood surface, before promptly giving a firm shake of his head. He reasoned out loud that the Hyena Syndicate would dispatch their own internal enforcers to track me down, instead of outsourcing the job to a random outside assassin. Elite killers, such as this one, usually stem from legendary syndicates, like the Shadow's Thorn, or they're kept on retainer by wealthy nobles or major factions. Securing talent from those groups demands serious cash. Cole is notoriously cheap, requiring his own flesh and blood. Blackbeard to kidnap kids on the side just to make ends meet. There is literally zero chance that Cole would fork over top dollar for a professional hit to avenge him, meaning it definitely wasn't Cole. That left only one undeniable conclusion, and it hit me like a truck. Kreia had barely vanished before. Her brothers were already plotting their move against me. This wasn't just some casual harassment either. They had dispatched a seasoned assassin, desperate for my blood. A toxic cocktail of pure fury and panic boiled deep inside my chest. I was low-key fuming. Amidst these aristocrats fighting over scraps of inheritance, why did they feel the need to wipe me out? Was I actually perceived as a threat to them, or simply a farm animal they could slaughter, just to prove a point? Just some random bug they could crush without a second thought? Damn it, being weak really is the ultimate sin in this brutal world. Hamilton could clearly tell I was triggered, advising me against rushing into any reckless retaliation, while my power levels were still lagging. He urged me to stack my strength first, so the opportunities would naturally follow. Deep down, I knew he was spitting facts, even if all I wanted was to hunt down whoever was pulling the strings behind the scenes. My combat stats just weren't there yet, though waiting 10 whole years was way too long for my taste. I intended to settle the score ASAP. I turned to Hamilton, asking if he had any smart strategies for surviving future assassination attempts. Pausing briefly to ponder, he replied that, apart from leveling up, upgrading my defense gear was probably the most optimal move. A sudden realization hit him, reminding him of a plated coat I could borrow. He motioned for me to follow him into the annex behind his office. My eyes had been so glued to the weapon racks previously that I had completely overlooked the heavy coat rack, standing near the corner. Reaching out, he pulled down what appeared to be a standard cotton jacket and tossed it over to me. It felt surprisingly heavy, tipping the scales around 20 to 30 pounds, as I could distinctly feel. Rigid metal plates, sandwiched securely between the outer shell and the inner lining, running vertically across both the chest and the back panels, all tightly linked by horizontal rivets. The sleeves were left unplated to keep the overall weight manageable. From a casual glance, it passed off as everyday streetwear, though it functioned essentially as concealed body armor. At Hamilton's prompt, I slipped it on, and the second I did, my survival confidence skyrocketed. Should that same assassin try ambushing me again, I could take a dagger straight to the chest or stomach without flinching, and immediately retaliate with a fatal strike. Fumbling through the fallen assassin's pockets, I retrieved his loot pouch, containing 8 gold coins alongside some silver, combined with the 10 gold pieces earned from the Fishman mission, giving a grand total of roughly 18 gold. I offered the entire sum to Hamilton as payment for the armor. He brushed my hand away, insisting that, acting as my senior officer within the Night's Watch, this was literally the least he could do. Stepping out of his office, I wore the coat of plates, with every single bottle of the assassin's gear, and his dark dagger lugged along. Recalling how earlier, as Abel broke down each toxin, my full attention was locked in. Every single vial got carefully labeled by my quill. Deadly venom, corrosive venom, numbing paralyzers, and all that jazz. It suddenly hit me that these lethal stocks and cures were low-key the biggest W of the day. Coding weapons isn't exactly playing fair, yet survival remains priority number one. When shady rivals dispatch poison-wielding hitters straight for you, clutching at strict honor is straight-up foolish. Like the old internet adage goes, nobility is a noble's gravestone, while shamelessness serves as a shameless person's VIP pass. Staying breathing comes first, stressing over ego comes later. A plan was hatched to test the toxins on backyard critters back home, gauging their lasting power and raw impact. Perhaps my massive greatsword blade could get a slick coating next, and though that hefty slab of steel would demand a generous amount of liquid, these vials were totally freebies, scavenged off a dropped assassin. If this trick performed well, making it a regular habit looked solid. Tales of a Lime Marshal Saint drifted through my past life's memories. So in this current realm, maybe stepping up as the Poison Sword Saint was possible. That title had a cool ring to it. Just then, a realization struck that system alerts from the recent Hitman brawl were unchecked. Giant Bear Swordsmanship had racked up 101 experience points, surging to level 3 at 499 out of a total 500 mark, leaving me sitting just one single point shy of leveling up. Meanwhile, Night's Watch hit level 2 at 207 out of 300, ducking away into a shadowy nook of the forest. A few practice swings were executed. That minor effort did the trick, as a system chime flashed the breakthrough. Giant Bear Swordsmanship had officially touched level 4, starting fresh at 0 out of 1,000. Fresh training instincts flooded my mind, embedding themselves deep into my muscle memory, while my comprehension of the blade arts deepened once again. Dinner had already passed by the time I walked back home, yet Mom was patiently keeping watch at the dining table. Instantly, her eyes caught that I was sporting unfamiliar gear. Displaying the coat of plates, a firm pat was given to its surface, producing a muffled, thumping sound in the quiet room. Reaching out, she felt the hidden metal plates underneath. Wearing a surprised expression, reassurance was given that the security officer handed it over, meaning she no longer needed to stress so heavily about my safety on field assignments. Swallowing a quick bite to eat, my bedroom door closed as I set out to audit today's loot, reviewing everything gathered from the day's events. The inventory included a strange glow, a dark dagger forged from unidentifiable metal, 18 gold coins alongside 17 silver coins, and an assortment of venom and antidote vials. The currency was stashed away securely, and the poisons were organized inside a wooden box beneath my bed. Testing the black dagger's edge, a single hair was dropped onto the sharp blade, while blowing softly, causing the strand to cleanly split in two. That insane sharpness made carrying it as a concealed sidearm a no-brainer. Certain situations made my massive greatsword way too conspicuous. Checking my status sheet next, Constitution sat firmly at 9. My stats show strength at 10 and agility sitting at 9. Spirit hits 11, leaving me with 0 attribute points. With 0 skill points left, my reserve point was completely gone. It had been spent on surviving that poison. Losing that safety net felt like a total bummer, honestly. Both my Blacksmith and Night's Watch classes, however, were getting super close to leveling up. A couple of days of solid, focused effort would hook me up with a brand new point. Even after a full day out on the road traveling, smacking fishmen around, and getting ambushed by a sneaky assassin, that Constitution boost had me feeling surprisingly great. So I went ahead with my nightly giant bear breathing routine. Right away, something felt totally different. The second posture, which looks pretty much like a Russian push-up, had been getting easier as my strength scaled up. Still, I'd never managed to hold it past 17 or 18 minutes. Tonight, I pushed straight through to a solid 27 minutes. I was practically at the 30-minute threshold, which was required to unlock the third form. Those experience gains were dropping much faster too. I grabbed 26 points in just one single hour, pushing the breathing technique straight up to level 2. Sitting at 77 out of 300, it finally clicked for me. My boosted constitution gave me way more endurance, while my higher strength made those brutal postures a breeze. The breathing technique itself actively builds both constitution and strength, which in turn makes the whole technique progress much faster. It was a sweet positive feedback loop. The next morning, I marched straight over to Boris's smithy carrying that glowing ore. The second he laid eyes on it, his eyes went massive. He dragged me back into the dusty storeroom and lowered his voice to an urgent whisper. It was called Gleamstone, and it was ridiculously rare, worth multiple times more than standard star iron. Before I could even open my mouth, Boris started breaking it down. When Gleamstone gets forged into a weapon, using the exact right ratio, it grants that weapon the ultimate power to banish evil. He warned me that in certain spooky, isolated spots across this world, things like shambling skeletons, zombies, malicious, evil spirits, and servants of dark gods or demons tend to show up. Normal weapons barely even scratch them, meaning you absolutely need specialized gear. Hey, a Gleamstone weapon can deal massive, game-changing damage to these fiends. I asked why I had never run into any of these weird things myself. Boris rolled his eyes hard and replied that the Empire and the major churches had cleared out those evil entities ages ago, across all Imperial territory. Bruce, if I had actually stumbled into one, I probably wouldn't have survived to ask him about it in the first place. Though he added that recent cult blood sacrifice incident might mean evil could creep back into Meister County. Hard to say for sure. Naturally, I wanted that Gleamstone forged straight into my great sword. But Boris admitted his skill level just wasn't high enough yet, and his furnace couldn't even hit the extreme temperatures required to melt Gleamstone down. I would have to journey to the county city instead, where they have massive blast furnaces and master swordsmiths capable of handling a job like that. The county city, huh? I gave a nod and started mapping out when I could make that trip happen. Habsburg domain encompasses the county city entirely, serving as Cray's brother's primary home base. Venturing there right now to track down a high-tier smithy would honestly just be asking for absolute trouble. That entire idea was scrapped by me immediately. For now, grinding out levels in my blacksmith class took top priority. Boris was roped in by me to teach weapon grinding. Without a single moment of hesitation, he agreed. Since the tuition fee had already been cleared, the exact sequence of my learning didn't matter anymore. Ever since scoring my steel greatsword, learning how to grind blades was my main goal. Since proper maintenance keeps any weapon locked in peak condition. Guiding me outside, Boris led the way to the open yard behind the shop, where a bunch of different-sized whetstones were scattered around, referred to as oil stones by him. Oil is dripped on the surface before sharpening, to cut down on friction, as he demonstrated live. The entire technique was shown using a single-handed sword. Lock one hand tightly onto the handle. Press your fingers along the spine with the other, and just slide it back and forth. Metal shavings cling right to the oil afterward, making cleanup a breeze with a quick wipe from a rag. Nothing complex was involved, so the technique clicked instantly for me, and the system flashed its confirmation, certifying that the brand new skill, weapon grinding, was officially unlocked. Even better, I noticed it handed out way more blacksmith XP than or identification, pulling in roughly 5 points every hour. This is likely because it demands razor-sharp focus, steady hands, and non-stop visual attention. Thanks to my newly boosted constitution, strength, and spirit stats, grinding away for hours without a break was a total breeze. Weapons were polished all morning long without a single pause. Nearly half the towering pile of dull blades was knocked out, even including the kitchen knives by noon. My blacksmith class shot straight up to level 1, sitting comfortably at 76 out of 100, which felt insanely satisfying, knowing that pure hustle paves the exact path toward rapid progression. A massive grin stretched across Boris's face as he watched me blaze through the work, prompting him to pitch the job offer to me once again. That offer was politely turned down by me again. Heavy, unusual hoofbeats echoing down the main road behind me caught my attention on the walk home. Every single person on the street whipped their head around. 5 riders mounted on massive war horses were storming in from the northern direction. At the front was an absolute unit of a leader, a bearded giant rocking a horned helmet and studded leather gear, even perched atop a giant black war horse. His massive feet still hovered barely 30 centimeters above the dirt. The guy easily cleared 2.3 meters in height. Thick muscles bulged across his arms and thighs, looking like solid chunks of granite. Dangling from both flanks of his mount were 2 brutal, massive single-edged axes featuring crescent-shaped blades that were nearly as broad as an ordinary door. Each weapon spanned roughly a meter in length, equipped with sturdy half-meter metal handles. Moonblade battle axes they were called, causing the poor black war horse to puff and snort heavily under the immense weight. The rest of the crew trailing behind shared that same rugged aesthetic, looking overwhelmingly muscular and ferocious. Yet the final rider in the back completely threw me off guard. Caught in my line of sight was a young chick, maybe 18 or 19, rocking a similar setup, yet way tinier by comparison, standing somewhere between 1.7 and 1.8 meters tall. Slung across her back was a ridiculously oversized round shield, measuring over a meter wide and built from heavy timber, featuring a solid iron boss right in the middle, plus a reinforced iron rim wrapping around the outer edge. The massive piece of gear made her look even more pocket-sized. Hanging from her horse was a long-handled battle axe, smaller than the giant's weapon, but still totally legit, sporting a standard woodcutter profile rather than a fancy crescent. Seeing a female shield fighter out here was super rare. I totally found myself rubbernecking for a couple of extra seconds. Underneath the gear, the shield girl rocked a surprisingly pretty face, flaunting a sun-kissed, healthy complexion, deep blue eyes, a petite nose, and lips as red as cherries. It was a total vibe check against her rugged warrior wardrobe, featuring a gray linen headband keeping her shoulder length, light blonde locks out of her face while in the zone. Her armor totally stood out from the rest of the crew, consisting of a short, sleeve-chain mail shirt tucked under a leather vest. She possessed some serious curves, especially up top, in a way that even chainmail and leather couldn't possibly conceal. A couple of local patrolmen nearby were low-key gossiping about the squad, whispering that these visitors were total barbarians hailing from the Northern Empire, all functioning as bounty hunters sporting silver badges, signifying a mid-level rank, until one guy got majorly hyped and called out the giant by the name of Harold, widely known for his insane height and twin crescent axes. The towering giant actually spun around and shot a glare at the patrolman the second they dropped his name, showing off crazy sharp hearing. Their whole vibe totally gave me major Viking flashbacks from my past life. Yet what on earth were barbarian bounty hunters doing in Flash Gold Town? They should clearly be hanging out down in the county city, where the actual high-paying gigs are. Then the realization finally hit me. They were probably here for the ogre, lurking in Nightsong Forest, since the local government sometimes drops massive cash bounties on hazardous targets to avoid risking their own military personnel, while keeping mercenaries and bounty hunters gainfully occupied and away from making trouble. I decided to drop the guesswork and just do some digging after grabbing lunch. Seeing as they were obviously marching straight toward the administration hall, I sprinted home and wolfed down my meal so fast that my parents and Anna just stared at me in total disbelief before I bolted over to the administration hall to squeeze some intel out of friendly guard. I happened to know, and sure enough, those barbarians had indeed claimed a bounty issued by Viscount Hamadi, targeted at eliminating the pesky ogre in Nightsong Forest. However, because the local situation remained super shady, and they were stressed about accidentally running into a whole pack of ogres, they requested upgraded tactical intelligence straight from Hamilton. Hamilton readily agreed to have Habsburg Manor dispatch a trained falcon for aerial reconnaissance. The barbarian squad was currently crashing at the Beech Tree Inn while waiting on the scout results, planning to chill for a couple of days before making their move. Deploying a falcon to scout ahead is a seriously smart play, way better than aimlessly tracking fresh ogre tracks near Glimmer Lake, which would prove totally exhausting and super sketchy. They also fully understood that most local security officers would never tolerate a rogue ogre nesting in their backyard, and would gladly jump at the chance to assist a veteran crew. I ended up spending the entire afternoon posted at the local smithy, mindlessly hammering away at weapon grinding without taking a single break. Hours later, the long-awaited moment finally went down. Suddenly, my blacksmith class jumped straight up from level 1 to level 2. A fresh attribute point materialized, while a brand new skill point popped up on my system panel. Having that extra attribute point sitting in reserve once again boosted my peace of mind like crazy. Saving that skill point for a rainy day seemed best, so I figured I'd mull it over back at the pad. Riding high on good vibes, I swung by the local pie shop and scooped up some warm meat pies for us on the walk home. Yet, right in the middle of my stroll back, carrying the grub, a sketchy crew of heavily tattooed guys came marching down the asphalt street, brandishing heavy clubs in their fists, alongside 4 or 5 spotted hounds on tight leashes. Sleek coats and razor-sharp, alert eyes defined those beasts. Terrified pedestrians scrambled wildly out of their path, while the bald-headed thug leading the pack extended a piece of fabric for the dogs to track and sniff. Sniffing aggressively along the pavement, the hounds set off, alternating between sprints and sudden halts, and they were dead set on heading right toward my place. The exact second I laid eyes on that crew, my stomach dropped, prompting me to dive into a dark alley to spy on them. Those spotted hounds didn't resemble ordinary dogs in the slightest, featuring rounded ears and speckled fur. A vicious ridge of stiff bristles ran down their spines. Complemented by crushing jaws, they were total hyenas. This absolutely had to be the hyena gang that Hamilton had warned me about earlier. Shadowing them cautiously from a safe distance only made my gut feeling twist into an ugly knot. Their destination was unequivocally my doorstep. Could they have finally figured out that Blackbeard and Scarface went missing? Around these parts, the hyena beast halted directly at Anna's door and began baying into the air like mad. Smirks of satisfaction broke out across the bald boss and his goons. Low whispers passed between them. Yet thanks to my newly upgraded physical stats, every single syllable came through crystal clear. This was the exact spot where Blackbeard was last spotted. One eager thug moved to kick the door in, before getting violently checked with a slap to the dome by the bald leader. Daylight meant way too many prying witnesses around, so they mapped out a plan to return under the cover of night. Subsequently, they dispatched a couple of guys to interrogate locals concerning who actually lived in this house. Profound relief washed over me that Anna hadn't gone back home yet. Had she been left flying solo when these punks rolled up, the situation would have turned into a total nightmare. Bounding over the alley fence in one fluid motion, I scrambled up to the second-floor balcony and securely gripped my massive greatsword. Things were about to get seriously messy. Down in the open courtyard below, Anna was visible, crouching low with an ash-white, petrified expression on her face, while keeping the little girl clutched tightly in her arms. One of the thugs had already sauntered straight over to Anna, demanding answers about the residents next door. Shaking violently, she found herself completely speechless, triggering a much more aggressive tone from the goon. My initial game plan was to lay low until they cleared out, tail them quietly, and take them down on my own terms. Yet their aggressive approach toward Anna accelerated everything too fast, forcing me to make a move right then and there through the alley path. I scrambled back down and strolled out casually toward Anna's doorway, acting as if I had just gotten back home. Upon closing the distance, I threw on a look of total shock. Upon confronting the visibly startled and hesitant mob, my sudden presence instantly commanded their full attention. A voice from the shadows interrogated me, demanding to know if this residence belonged to me. A panicked no slipped past my trembling lips. Stammering a frantic denial, my boots immediately started shuffling backward in a jittery retreat. Without warning, I pivoted on my heel and took off sprinting toward the dense tree line. An ear-to-ear grin spread across the face of their bald ringleader. Pointing straight at me, he declared that I was their guy and definitely tied to the operation. Barking out orders to capture him, he commanded the beasts to be unleashed. Chuckling darkly, his cronies chimed in. No one ever slips past the tracking skills of the hyena gang, they mocked. Setting all 5 hyena hounds free, the handlers watched them surge forward. A ferocious pack of hounds came barreling after me. Their throats tore open with vicious, nonstop barks. Shooting Anna one final venomous glare, the remaining thug hurried back to rejoin his squad. Falling into a casual march right behind the hounds, The entire crew trailed along, striding forward with total arrogance. They were completely certain escape was impossible for me. Utter shock paralyzed Anna and Mint as they took in the entire scene. The gravity of the situation hit Anna almost instantly, sending her into a tailspin of panic. Realization dawned on Anna with a jolt, triggering an immediate panic attack. Terror gripped her as she began to lose control. Twisting her sleeves so tightly that her knuckles bleached bone white, she stood frozen. A heavy wave of helplessness washed over her because Rain was stepping in to protect her yet again. Rendered completely powerless, there was nothing she could do to assist. Little Mint gazed upward with wide, innocent eyes. However, offering words of comfort, the child told Anna not to worry. Expressing absolute confidence, Mint assured her that his big brother would definitely crush those bad guys. An unwavering, blind trust was placed in me by that kid. Surprisingly enough, those innocent words managed to dial back Anna's anxiety quite a bit. Flashbacks of my sudden appearance out of thin air crossed her mind. It had happened just recently. 2 massive thugs had been wiped out by me as if they were absolute nobodies. A sudden spark of inspiration hit Anna right then. Memory served to remind her that the fresh security officer seemed to share a solid bond with me. A good rapport clearly existed between us, as she recalled. Directing the men indoors to bar the entrance, she barked out quick commands. Gathering up the hem of her skirt, she prepared to move. Bursting into a sprint, she bolted straight in the direction of the administration hall, far away from them. I had pushed deep into the timberland before finally halting my stride. Closing the distance in a flash, all 5 hyena beasts caught up to my position, forming a tight circle around me. The creatures began snapping and yapping aggressively. Leaning back against rough tree bark with my wrapped greatsword in hand, I stood my ground. A few practiced swings of the heavy blade were thrown. Cutting through the air with a sharp whoosh, the weapon frightened the beasts. Kept at bay by the sound, they maintained a safe distance. Wiping out all 5 hounds in a matter of seconds would have been child's play for me. Executing them instantly, however, might alert the lagging gang members that something was amiss. Sensing trouble, they could easily scatter into the woods. Every single last one of them was meant to be caught by me, requiring patience. Planting my feet right there, I held my ground. Putting on a convincing act of being trapped by the hounds, I played along. Lying in wait for the humans to walk straight into my prepared trap, I bided my time. A full 5 minutes ticked by slowly, before the bald thug and his quintet of followers finally huffed and puffed into view. Taunts and mocking laughter spilled from their mouths. Ridiculous notions of outrunning their prized hyenas were met with open ridicule. Shattering both of my legs was pitched as a fun idea by one of the lackeys. A sneer twisted the bald leader's face as a trio of questions was thrown at me. Inquiries regarding my escape, the ownership of the house, and Blackbeard's whereabouts were demanded. Every single piece of the puzzle clicked together, confirming my suspicions. Operating under the hyena banner, they were exactly who I guessed they were. Voicing the question aloud, I asked if membership belonged to the hyena gang. A wave of excitement lit up one of their faces. Boastful remarks about their notorious reputation poured out of him. A sudden sense of unease, however, flagged down the bald ringleader's attention. Fear was feigned on my exterior, but my gaze remained entirely too chill and collected. Before his brain could process the warning signs, a calm voice escaped my lips, noting that affiliation with the hyena gang changed things. An apology was sarcastically offered as my hands ripped away the exterior sheepskin covering. Unsheathing my formidable greatsword for them to see, I prepared for action. One final detail was about to be cleared up by me as well. It isn't me who's surrounded by you guys. As one of them sputtered out, you're the one trapped with me here, adding that carrying a weapon blatantly violated Imperial law. Glancing down first at his flimsy wooden club, and then straight over to my massive steel greatsword. Pure, unadulterated regret washed visibly across his face. My response came swiftly in a whirlwind slash. Taking one aggressive step forward, I planted myself right in the middle of the hyena dogs, while my trusty blade carved a gorgeous half-circle through the air. 2 of the beasts lost their heads in a split second, while another pair instantly lost their front legs, leaving the final one whimpering as it scrambled behind the bald guy. The bald leader tried to rally his shaken men, screaming that there were 5 of us against just one of him, so charge. Pausing for a brief second to process the situation, the rest of them decided the math actually favored their side, and rushed me all at once with their clubs raised. Honestly, I almost chuckled because if they had just scattered and run, hunting every single one of them down would have been a total pain. Yet they foolishly charged me together. Hey, that suited me just fine. Whirlwind slash followed by fury slash. Just 2 swings later, only 2 people were left standing. The bald guy reacted with lightning speed, shoving the other survivor hard and yelling at him to beat it, and warned the gang that he'd figured out I was low-key hiding my true strength just to bait them in. Unfortunately for them, I was way faster. Before that fleeing runner could even take 3 steps, I materialized right behind him. One clean slash sent his legs flying apart below the knees. And then I caught up to the bald guy as well, giving him the exact same treatment. Before long, every single one of them was face down on the dirt. I even tracked down and finished off the very last hyena dog. Strolling casually around the bloody scene, I polished off everyone. With just 2 exceptions, the bald leader and 1 other thug. Keeping those 2 alive on purpose was part of my interrogation plan. Watching me systematically execute their buddies. One by one had them practically pissing their pants in terror. They started begging me frantically to spare their lives, though I simply told them to shut their traps or be next. Dragging them apart by a distance of 20 meters, I began questioning them individually, intending to cross-reference their stories for discrepancies. The ordinary thug cracked and talked first, confessing that Cole had sent them out to investigate the mysterious disappearance of Blackbeard. They had managed to track down one of Blackbeard's associates. Right inside the county city, a streetwalker who claimed Blackbeard mentioned heading over to Flash Gold Town to pick up some valuable goods before he vanished completely. That's why they showed up here equipped with hyena dogs, which had been given a sniff of Blackbeard's old clothes. Those hounds had noses sharp enough to pick up lingering scent traces from several days ago, guiding them straight to the doorstep of Anna's place, where Blackbeard had been hanging out prior to my killing him. That was my cue to ask the truly important questions, such as just how powerful their boss Cole actually was, and what the deal was with that mutant beast known as the Hyena Queen. Separately, I hit the bald leader with those exact same inquiries, and being a high-ranking gang lieutenant, he spilled way more details. Once I finished comparing both of their statements side by side, I felt fully satisfied, promptly sending them to join their friends. After all, since they were a tight gang, they deserved to stay together. Every last one of them, including their mangy dogs. Now I'm just chilling here, waiting for the rest of the hyena gang to pull up and try me again. Backing down was never on the table. This crew operated as a lawless gang with 0 morals. Once this pack of thugs vanished into thin air, their ringleader Cole was bound to notice. Next time around, he might even roll up personally. And at that point, Anna, my family, every single one of us would be in grave danger. I couldn't let that scenario play out. Turning to Hamilton for protection crossed my mind, but unless my whole family stayed locked indoors forever, there would always be a weak spot for the hyena gang to exploit. Taking that gamble was out of the question. Some crucial insights had been gathered during my interrogation. Cole ran the bulk of his shady business out in the county city, yet he strictly followed one unbreakable routine. He headed back to his dogfight manor almost every single night, along with about 10 of his elite cronies. That manor was actually just a secluded farmstead, sitting right between Flash Gold Town and the county city, and easily spotted by a massive wooden dog sculpture out front. Tall birch fencing completely surrounded the perimeter, while fruit trees were planted all over the interior to muffle the endless racket of dogfights and gambling. The silver lining in all this, Cole was big and jacked, but he wasn't a full-blown knight, meaning he hadn't crossed over into the extraordinary tier. The downside was his mutated beast of a pet, the Hyena Queen, growing as massive as a wild boar, and incredibly lethal with a whole litter of pups roaming free, all across the property grounds. Those 5 hyenas I just took out were her direct offspring. Making my way back home, Anna and Mint were spotted standing outside, looking completely frantic, pointing toward the dark woods and fighting back tears. 3 members of the Night's Watch stood right beside them, featuring Captain Villain, and 2 elites I recognized from the Fishman mission. Anna had sprinted off to fetch help, and literally ran straight into them along the path. Mint instantly hurled herself into my arms, while Anna met my gaze with a palpable sense of relief, her face drained of color, and her chest heaving heavily from pushing her frail frame. The second our eyes locked, she shyly looked away. Villain chuckled, mentioning he told them I would be totally fine. A confirmation was given to him that hyena gang members were poking around regarding Blackbeard's disappearance. After ushering Mint and Anna safely inside, I filled Villain in privately about the bodies left behind in the woods, covering all of the thugs plus the beasts. He assured me it would be handled, but issued a warning, noting the hyena gang would hunt me down like rabid dogs once the truth came out. A promise was made by him to step up night patrols around my house. Mom had already caught wind from a neighbor about sketchy guys hanging around outside with wild hyenas, though Anna and Mint had completely covered for me by claiming they hadn't noticed a thing. Their cover story was backed up by me, and Mom dropped it. Post-dinner, Anna showed up at my room accompanied by Mint. Reassuring words were given that the hyena gang was my problem to crush. Gratitude was expressed to Anna for keeping my parents in the dark. She got flustered immediately, insisting she was the one who owed me a massive thank you. Mint couldn't help teasing her for nervously tugging at her skirt, causing Anna to blush brightly before they finally took off. I glanced over my fresh notifications, pocketing a cool 67 points in swordsmanship mastery, along with another 34 for Night's Watch experience. Honestly, that's pennies. Those low-tier street thugs simply aren't worth grinding. The bulk of those drops probably came straight off those rabid hyena dogs. Studying my remaining skill point, a calculated decision dropped into place. So, handling Cole face-to-face was next on the agenda, demanding an immediate stat dump into something that could end fights for good. Blacksmiths might absorb the point instantly, jumping right up from level 3 to level 4. The exact second that upgrade went live, the description text started warping and shimmering. Those words, blacksmith's might, morphed straight into power burst. Even a level marker vanished into thin air, meaning further skill points could never touch it again, mirroring dark vision completely. The real meta shift, though, lived inside the passive effect text. That generic large increase got rewritten to a straight-up double. Doubling my base 10 strength stats would skyrocket them to 20 the moment I triggered it. That puts me clear past a full knight like Hamilton, putting me right up there, maybe even edging out that absolute brute Norman. Provided my target isn't an actual full-fledged knight, nobody can rival my raw, physical dominance. While this buff is online, the timing couldn't have lined up any better. Back when I was sweating the hyena gang lieutenant for info earlier, one specific question dropped from my lips. Is your big boss Cole an actual full knight? His head shake gave me all the green light I needed. Revenge isn't something that waits around for tomorrow. I planned to raid the dogfight manor long before those gang members realized their squad was missing. Fuming rage still burned in me over that Habsburg assassination setup, though I couldn't touch them for it just yet. The hyena crew knocking right on my doorstep, however, that I could clean up immediately. Out came that pocket-sized whetstone bot from Boris, lubed up with oil as I began grinding my heavy greatsword. A tiny notch left by the assassin's black dagger marred the edge, but a few smooth strokes buffed the blade back to perfection. Next came the status effect poisons. Paralysis was too soft. Mere wounding venom simply wouldn't cut it. Lethal poison was the vibe. Dozens of brown liquid droplets soaked into a rag, which I then wiped across both faces of the blade. The greatsword's massive length demanded 3 separate passes, consuming nearly a third of the bottle, before both edges glistened evenly. A faint, eerie green shimmer pulsed across the cold steel. Fully satisfied, I rolled it right back inside the sheepskin. 2 eye slots were cut into a strip of gray fabric, tucked away safely as a makeshift mask for later use. Deep breathing techniques primed my physical vessel for peak performance. Just before I stepped out, once the household drifted off to sleep, I slipped quietly through my second-floor window. It was prime stealth weather, absolute pitch black outside, stripped of any moon or starlight, with heavy clouds blanketing the sky. Dark vision turned that oppressive gloom into a massive tactical perk. My pulse quickened just a notch, while sprinting low toward the county city road, weaving smoothly past the night watch patrols. Piecing together the intel I'd basically tortured out of those gang members. It was roughly an hour's trek northward, strolling down the main highway until the Dogfight Manor signpost appeared, followed by a quick 5-minute detour off-road. Right around the halfway mark, a cold drizzle started coming down. Honestly, low-key loving that because rain on a revenge night totally washes away tracks. Making my first move, I scoped out the entire perimeter, initially thinking about just hopping the birch fence. My spidey sense started tingling the second I stepped close. Sweeping the area carefully with my night vision, I quickly spotted the catch. Massive steel boar traps were scattered across the dirt, hidden right behind a fence under thick piles of fallen leaves. Stepping into one of those would definitely snap a shin bone clean in half. Dozens of makeshift dog houses were also scattered among the fruit trees, and every single one of them was occupied as the rain started picking up speed, which honestly worked majorly in my favor. It drowned out my footsteps and totally masked my scent, giving me total freedom to observe. Circling back around toward the front entrance, rowdy cheering could still be heard echoing inside. Some brutal dogfight was still going down. Running way later than anticipated, I decided to just chill and wait. The crowd wasn't just made up of low-level gang members either. Plenty of them were wealthy customers visiting from the county city. Fancy carriages were parked everywhere, proudly displaying prominent noble family crests. So the rumors were dead on. The hyena gang definitely had high-profile backing. That also proved I made the right call not dragging Hamilton into this mess. Sure, as a town magistrate, he'd step up to protect my family from random thugs. But he would never dare move against an organization backed by actual nobles if he even had the power to wipe them out completely. He would have done it ages ago. The gang only survived because someone powerful upstairs wanted them around, patiently hanging back for over an hour. The matches finally wrapped up. The luxury carriages rolled out, and the entire manor finally quieted down. The storm kept hammering down in a steady downpour. Two rookie gang members pulling gate duty quickly got bored out of their minds and bolted under a makeshift rain shelter to catch some ZS. They didn't even bother pulling the heavy iron gates shut. One guard was completely knocked out cold, while the other was just sleepily nodding off against a wooden post. Classic street punks doing what they do best, expecting guys like that to stand proper watch in a heavy rainstorm at this time of night was an absolute joke. Sliding a gray cloth mask securely across my face like a seasoned outlaw, I slipped inside, quietly snapping the neck of the dozing guard before he could blink, and dragging the fully unconscious one straight into the stormy, rain-soaked woods. Wasting no time, I skipped the pleasantries entirely, shoving a tight gag in his mouth and immediately going physical, snapping two of his fingers before I even uttered a single word. By the time I finally decided to interrogate him, the dude was so thoroughly rattled he coughed up every single detail instantly. Cole was inside holding court with 15 or 16 elite gang members, and that notorious hyena queen was glued right to his side, holding down the main building. Thankfully, no noble guests were stupid enough to stay overnight. Keeping things nice and simple, I carved my path through the sprawling estate, taking out every single guard and patrol member crossing my line of sight. I managed to push all the way up to the towering 3-story wooden building dead in the center, before a pack of roaming hyena watchdogs finally caught my scent and started howling wildly, tossing stealth right out the window. I threw caution to the wind and charged the front doors, splitting them wide open with a vicious downward slash, sending a couple of terrified guards flying backward alongside a shower of shattered timber. Inside the main hall, right in the middle, sat a massive man, propped up on a custom deerskin throne that groaned and bowed beneath his heavy frame, soaring past 2 meters with a shiny bald head and ghostly skin. This was none other than Cole, the infamous Dog King. His left hand rested heavily on a hyena's crown, a beast built like a wild boar, known as the Hyena Queen. Lifting her head in lazy contempt, she shot me a side eye. 2 loyal gang lieutenants flanked Cole on either side, busily counting up the night's illegal gambling haul. Gleaming gold coins alongside silver shillings were stacked in towering piles across the wood. The underground dogfights were raking in serious cash, drawing in broke gamblers and wealthy nobles alike. Cole didn't even break a sweat, peering at me through squinted, calculating eyes. He tried to sweet-talk his way out of trouble, offering to double whatever my boss was paying me. He gestured broadly toward the cash on the table, dripping with smooth lies and cheap charisma. Not a single word of it fazed me. Everyone knew how notoriously stingy the guy was. Plus, there was just too much bad blood between us. Only one of us was walking out alive tonight. Without a second thought, I lunged straight at him. Instantly, the 2 lieutenants jumped in my path, bringing heavy iron clubs crashing in from both flanks. Their synchronized block managed to halt my blade dead, though their arms went numb and their knees buckled low. They held their ground, one of them boasting to Cole that they had total control of the situation. Cole visibly relaxed, wearing an amused smirk from the start. He pegged my skill level as a low-tier knight squire, matching his henchman blow for blow, but miles away from his own terrifying might. In his eyes, whoever sent me was a total clown. Instinctively, I reached to trigger Blacksmith's might, before remembering it had leveled up into Power Burst. A cold grin spread across my face at the guards. You guys lack serious power. What gave you the delusional idea you could stop me? Activating Power Burst for the very first time? My heart hammered wildly against my ribs, pumping an intense wave of heat through my veins. Every major muscle swelled up and turned to iron, pulsing like a massive rush of pure adrenaline. My frame abruptly expanded by over 20 centimeters. Hamilton's heavy coat of plates suddenly felt skin-tight across my upper body, while the fabric sleeves, completely lacking metal plating, burst apart at the seams in several places. I unleashed the whirlwind slash once more, and this time sliced both guards cleanly in half. At the waist, as crimson blood splattered everywhere, their severed lower torsos lingered upright for seconds, before crashing down while their iron clubs hit the floor. Their eyes remained frozen in sheer shock and agony. Sensing the shift, a full knight like Cole, all 300+ pounds of him, exploded out of his chair with his eyes bulging wide. The hyena queen sprang to her feet right beside him, dropping her lazy vibe and glaring at me fully alert. A raw surge of strength like this was totally new to me. My body felt like an inactive volcano that had blown its top without warning. Gazing down at my heavily bulked physique, I finally understood why Cole had panicked so hard. I was spitting image of Hamilton breaking his limits, boasting arms twice their regular size. In his grip, Cole brandished a pair of massive crescent cleavers, stretching roughly 1.5 meters from tip to base. Desperate to buy some time, he argued that even a full-fledged knight knew better than to test the Dog King's territory, while demanding to know just how long my overpowered state could possibly hold out. Yet, every single word he wasted was precious time bleeding away from my clock. I was down a mere dozens of seconds. Like a bullet fired from a bow, I launched straight at him. A brutal metallic shriek tore through the air the moment our weapons collided, sending me sliding half a step back, while Cole was sent hurtling backward into his extravagant throne, which instantly shattered into splinters. Beneath the crushing weight of his heavy, bulky frame, he crashed hard onto the cold floor, letting out a torrent of curses, fuming over the fact that I had ambushed him without a single warning. Without missing a beat, he shrieked commands at his hyena queen, Maria, summon the pack and tear him apart. Maria let loose a chilling howl, and instantly, a surging horde of 40 or 50 hyenas poured in from every shadow, closing in around me with bared fangs, while even more reinforcements flooded the rear. Clearly, the title of Dog King was a reputation he actually lived up to. These beasts were all elite crossbreeds spawned by the hyena queen, boasting spotted coats and bone-crushing jaws, making every single one of them fiercely durable and vicious. Fortunately, my giant bear swordsmanship was custom-built for this exact nightmare, unleashing a blinding whirlwind of razor-sharp silver arcs that turned 4 or 5 hounds per sweep into an absolute bloodbath of severed limbs. Hardly 2 or 3 swings later, nearly half the pack had already been wiped out, leaving the survivors whimpering and backpedaling in terror. The sight only fueled Maria's rage, her eyes flushing a dangerous crimson, as she charged straight at me like an enraged young bull, backed up instantly by Cole lunging from the flank with both cleavers ready. Frankly, I was relieved. My biggest fear was them grinding me down in an endless war of attrition, so I welcomed the chance to trade blows face to face. Meeting the hyena queen head-on, I executed a powerful jumping slash, pitting my 20 points of raw strength against her savage claw strike. She wasn't some legendary, god-tier monster after all, just an overgrown mutant, and my steel-grade sword effortlessly sheared off 3/4 of her right front paw, drawing a piercing shriek of pure agony from her throat. Just as Cole's cleaver sliced in from the side, I locked into a defensive guard stance, catching the blow squarely on the strongest portion of my blade, before jarring him backward with a heavy counter-shudder. Spinning swiftly toward the remaining hounds, I unleashed 2 consecutive whirlwind slashes followed by a crushing downward cut, dropping every single hyena that crossed my path. Their front line shattered completely, sending the rest scurrying away with whimpers. That was when Cole noticed something terrifying. Even the dogs I had barely clipped, with wounds that hardly broke the surface, were collapsing too, while Maria stumbled awkwardly on 3 legs, suffering from a weakness far beyond what a severed paw could cause. As the color drained entirely from his face, he gasped out, You laced your sword with poison." His brain simply refused to accept it. The thought of a knight-tier warrior smearing venom on a greatsword shattered his entire worldview into pieces. Yet, before he could fully wrap his head around the shock, my massive surge of power finally bottomed out, causing my physique to deflate like a punctured balloon, as I shrank rapidly back to my normal proportions. Stumbling heavily on unsteady legs, I nearly hit the ground, making Cole's eyes light up like a condemned man miraculously spared from death row, as he burst into triumphant laughter. "So, your body finally gave out on you after pushing past your limits." High above his head, both heavy cleavers were hoisted, while a manic expression of fury and twisted excitement warped his features. Vengeance for his precious Maria felt entirely within his grasp, making him convinced that victory was his once again. Right at that moment, my power surge flat out expired, shrinking me down from a massive bodybuilder back to my normal frame. The brutal aftershocks hit me way harder than I could have ever imagined, leaving every single fiber of my body screaming in agony. Staggering heavily, I nearly wiped out completely, which finally explained why. The notification system had locked that skill from leveling up any further. Pushing it past this limit would have caused the backlash to straight up flatline me. Fortunately, I pieced the problem together in a flash. My terrible constitution was the real bottleneck here, trying to support 20 points of sheer strength with a measly 9 points. In constitution, was basically like hitching a miniature pony to a massive, overloaded wagon. Had my constitution stat been significantly higher, those nasty side effects would have been a walk in the park. Brandishing his twin cleavers, Cole sprinted furiously across the room toward me, sporting a cocky grin like he had already secured the win. Lifting my gaze, I met his eyes and smirked. "You sure about that?" That brief sentence instantly froze him dead in his tracks. His pupils constricted into pinpricks, while an icy jolt of pure dread surged through his entire nervous system. Hundreds of pounds of fat suddenly locked up tight, acting as if he had just been zapped by high-voltage lightning. During that exact split second, I dumped my remaining attribute point into stats, bumping my constitution up from a meager 9 to a solid 10. Just like that, the agonizing muscle cramps vanished into thin air, restoring my physical vessel right back to peak performance. Actually, feeling even better than peak, I triggered the power burst ability once more. Another blistering wave of thermal energy pumped straight from my heart, making my veins bulge out, and my muscles swell as I expanded back to my full, hulking size. Panic instantly melted into sheer bewilderment across Cole's sweating face. Gripping my greatsword tightly, I charged straight at the hybrid beast. But the hyena Queen Maria suddenly threw herself in front of Cole to shield him from the blow. Without even a split-second delay, a single sweeping arc of my blade sliced her cleanly down the middle. A gruesome fountain of blood and viscera splattered all over Cole's body, triggering a total psychological meltdown. Screaming hysterically about the years he spent raising and nurturing Maria, he swore up and down that he would chop me into dog food. He began swinging his cleavers in a frenzied blur, abandoning all tactical form out of sheer, unadulterated rage. My original plan had been to capture him alive for some questioning, but zero coherent information was ever going to come out of this lunatic. One clean slash across his thick throat put an end to it all. As his life bled out into the dirt, he managed to choke out a final threat, vowing that the Wilderness Brotherhood would avenge his death. With a deadpan tone, I asked him if his brother happened to be the big boss of that syndicate. His eyes blew wide open as the shocking realization finally clicked, making him realize I was the exact same person his brother Blackbeard had foolishly tried to cross. He breathed his last breath with that terrifying revelation, his eyes bulging out with furious frustration. Following the gruesome deaths of both Cole and the Hyena Queen, the remaining crossbreed hyenas fled in absolute panic. Wiping my sword clean, I sheathed it securely before diving into Cole's pockets for some loot. A green agate ring, a solid gold band, and a ridiculously chunky gold chain necklace, weighing easily 3 or 4 pounds, were snatched off the table. Dozens of gleaming gold coins, along with over 100 silver pieces, were dumped straight into a hefty cloth sack. I left the cheap copper coins right where they were, figuring they were far too heavy and practically worthless. Room by room, I meticulously combed through the entire building. Up on the second floor, inside an opulent master bedroom, a concealed compartment rested right behind a heavy oil painting. Tucked inside sat a single brown wooden box holding a book. Pure, gleaming silver formed its stunning cover, while sparkling sapphires, rubies, and turquoise were embedded within. Intricate, detailed engravings of animals decorated the surface, resembling a fine art piece far more than any regular reading material. There was literally no way a guy like Cole was an actual bookworm, making this artifact seriously low-key suspicious. Playing it safe, I used the tip of my blade to flip the pages from a distance, checking for traps first, only to start reading once it was clear. Now the mystery of how Cole engineered the mutant hyena queen finally clicked. All the logs and experimental formulas he relied on were recorded right here. A messy handwriting filled the pages, clearly belonging to two entirely different individuals. Cole's frustrated entries made up the first set, ranting things like, "Damn it, why did he only stock a single vial of that bizarre potion? Had there been two, I could have snagged a double supply," alongside endless bitching about incompetent scholars who completely failed to decode some foreign text in the manuscript. The alternate handwriting, however, belonged to the original author of the tome. Whatever deep secrets were buried within these pages, Cole had barely scratched the surface. Deduction revealed the book was basically someone's personal diary, detailing techniques for taming wild animals, dogs, horses, birds, and fierce beasts. Because the creator never dropped their name, I just mentally dubbed the thing the Beast Tamer's Diary. Straightforward training methods filled the opening chapters, yet the middle sections demanded specialized potions to proceed further, while the final pages even required strange incantations and bizarre rituals, written in symbols I couldn't comprehend at all. Was the author a seasoned beast tamer, I wondered, or perhaps a druid? Unfortunately, those mysterious characters were heavily scattered throughout the advanced chapters, restricting my comprehension to just the basic intro material. Resting underneath the book inside that very wooden box, a wooden amulet dangled from a rugged leather cord. A tall tree featuring a mushroom-shaped canopy was carved onto one side, while a roaring bear adorned the other in exquisite detail. Slipping it between the pages for safekeeping, I swept through the rest of the building in a flash. Cole's personal stash was uncovered on the third floor, comprising nearly 300 gold coins, which I pocketed without hesitation. Before slipping silently out into the night, I set the 3-story wooden house ablaze. The pouring rain failed to extinguish the inferno, fueled completely by timber, and the dark skies soon glowed an intense orange. Back safely in my room, the heavy muscle soreness from power bursts slammed into me, though it felt noticeably milder than the previous episode. The pain subsided quicker and hit with much less intensity, most likely thanks to that extra constitution point I gained. A quick glance at the system notifications followed. Giant bear swordsmanship raked in 245 experience points, surging to level 4 at 245 out of 1,000. Meanwhile, Night's Watch jumped straight from level 2, all the way to level 3 at 30 out of 500, rewarding me with another shiny attribute point and skill point, bringing my current constitution stat resting at 10. Strength stands at 10, while agility hits 9. My spirit rests at 11, keeping one attribute point tucked away as my emergency stash. As for the skill points per usual, Power Burst had officially maxed out its growth. Choosing between hammer proficiency and danger sense was a no-brainer since I didn't even wield a hammer. Plus danger sense had already kept me breathing against that assassin. Leveling it up to 2 right away sent a sharp jolt through my senses, making my touch, hearing, and vision drastically sharper. And that wasn't even the half of it. A vague, indescribable gut feeling emerged, feeling totally like a sixth sense. The system log shifted from minute increase to small increase in danger perception, which still scaled directly off my spirit stat. I slid the book out of sight under my mattress. Running on empty tonight meant I'd properly study it tomorrow. Stretching out in bed, I felt way more chill than when I first witnessed the hyena gang menacing Anna and MIT. That initial rage had completely burned out after 2 rounds of total carnage. Flashes of recent clashes replayed vividly behind my eyes. The gang, the hired killer, the fishman, and the Norman. This brutal universe ran on the law of the jungle, way more savagely than anything I'd ever imagined. I'm still way too weak to sit back comfortably. So if I want to safeguard my family, and the ones I actually give a damn about, leveling up fast is non-negotiable. As dawn broke the next morning, I crawled out early to park myself by the window with the book. The cover featured illustrations of bears, deer, wolves, leopards, wildflowers, and towering trees, painting a totally peaceful, nature-focused aesthetic. The opening chapter mapped out the basics of raising dogs, earning their loyalty, and building them up through heavy-duty nutrition. The ingredients demanded water, root grass, a pair of eggs, half a pint of milk, and 20 ounces of pork or chicken. 3 square meals a day mean these beasts eat better than I do. I couldn't help muttering out loud. So that's how Cole managed to grow the hyena queen to such insane proportions. He'd been religiously following this exact dietary blueprint. It was basically the animal kingdom equivalent of saying, the way to someone's heart is through their stomach, making me chuckle darkly. Flipping further through the pages made me realize the hyena queen's freakish size wasn't just standard food gains. Another section detailed a mutation growth potion, prescribing 2 liquid ounces a month, alongside their everyday meals, a formula capable of shattering a dog's biological limits, while massively boosting its killer instincts. The potion recipe called for golden sunflowers, a pair of blood-sucking bat wings, and scavenger wolf claws. The author dropped a heavy warning that the mixture was unstable and prone to triggering wildly unpredictable changes. So, Cole had gambled his only vial of this brew on a random hyena, and somehow struck gold when it mutated into the hyena queen, even if the mutation took a wildly bizarre turn. Reading through that junk felt like studying a puppy factory manual. What a spot-on name for a mutation growth potion. I figured the later chapters focused heavily on training other beasts, like wild creatures. Yet, most required mystery potions with random, sketchy components, alongside notes penned in a totally foreign language I couldn't decipher. Were those weird words meant for keeping secrets, or were they straight-up magic spells? My bet was definitely on the latter. Dropping the book onto the table, I paused to overthink it. Why would anyone bother making a personal diary, featuring a silver cover decked out in sapphires, rubies, and turquoise? That felt way too extra, just for casual notes. Clearly, this tome was hiding a much bigger vibe. Turning my attention back to the wooden amulet, I gave it another close look. A detailed tree etched on one side, and a ferocious, roaring bear on the other. Both sides were meticulously carved. Nothing about it screamed magical artifact to me, but Cole definitely hadn't stashed it with the book by accident. Sharing a heavy nature theme between them, my brain started putting the pieces together. Same owner, same core philosophy, though catching on to the pattern and actually reading that unreadable text were 2 totally different beasts. Slipping the amulet back inside its pages, I tucked the book away safely, then immediately shifted to planning mode. The opening sections regarding standard dog training turned out to be completely legible, and the required ingredients actually looked easy to buy. Following these exact recipes might just unlock a beast taming class, right there on my personal status panel. Recalling my page training days back at the manor, I remembered I could have easily copped a greyhound puppy for a mere 3 silver coins. I passed on it back then since pet handling wasn't my build, but scoring one now was my #1 priority. Focusing on the nutrition recipe next. Every single component was common except for something called water root grass, which I'd never heard of before heading straight to Abel's potion shop. Molly was holding down the counter again, and she managed to dig up the water root grass on a back shelf, priced at 5 silver coins per plant. I needed 3, bringing the damage to 15 silver total. She couldn't stop venting about Abel's ridiculous markup prices, though if I hadn't just looted the dogfight manor, that expense would have hit hard. Curious, she asked what I was using it for, but I just flashed a grin and handed over the cash without a word. Up close, the water root grass resembled a tiny, yellowish radish featuring wildly overgrown roots. Securing the remaining ingredients from a few other local shops, I walked home to find Mom and Dad still out. Little Mint immediately noticed all the groceries I was hauling, getting super hyped under the assumption we were having an epic feast tonight. Breaking the news that this was actually dog chow wasn't happening, so I just laughed it off and let her stay excited. The ingredients could wait a minute. Keeping a massive smile on my little sister's face mattered way more. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed from the front door. My buddy George was calling out for me. Pulling the door open, he stood there staring at me with his jaw dropped, shouting, "Rain, you seriously had a massive glow-up," while checking my height against his hand. George was mind-blown by how much I had grown. Back in the day, I barely cleared his eyebrows. Yet now we were standing nearly eye to eye. Reaching out to grab my arm, he literally froze in place, totally unable to wrap his hand around it anymore. My arm muscles were rocking solid, dense power. He went on and on, rambling about how drastically I'd changed. Faking annoyance, I quickly swatted his hand away from me. Honestly, I just wanted to keep him from feeling around, and accidentally brushing against the metal plates hidden in my coat. Pointing over at the fresh eggs, milk, and meat I had just picked up, I told him straight up, "That eating well makes you bulk up fast." He totally fell for it right away. The real reason he dropped by was to let me know page training was picking back up this afternoon. Talk about perfect timing. I had already planned on swinging by the manor anyway, to pick up a greyhound puppy. Attending training first seemed like the move, with the dog pickup scheduled for afterward. Rocking my coat of plates and strapping on my dagger, I decided to leave the great sword safely at home, since carrying it around Habsburg Manor that afternoon would be way too sus. Our sword instructor, Humbert, announced that today's focus was going to be defense. Out of everyone, he called me up front for a live demo. Lunging forward, he thrust his practice sword right at my chest, though it honestly felt painfully slow. I figured he had to be holding back some kind of sneaky follow-up trick, so I simply backed off and easily sidestepped the blow. Humbert just stood there staring at me with a super weird look. Turns out he had actually poured 70% of his power into that, fully expecting me to barely flunk the dodge, so he could step in and teach the class how to properly defend. By getting caught off guard himself, I had totally wrecked his lesson plan, determined to try again. He came at me without any warning and at a much higher speed. This time, the blade actually whistled sharply through the air. I was low-key impressed that he was finally taking things a bit seriously, estimating he was using maybe 50 or 60% of his actual capability. My muscle memory kicked in on pure instinct. Slipping backward, I caught his incoming blade right on the sturdy part of my practice sword, positioned near the handle, deflected the strike, and in one fluid motion, in my own sword tip right at his chest. Having spent ages swinging around heavy, industrial-grade steel swords, the lightweight practice blade felt completely weightless, like a fragile piece of straw in my hands. My heightened senses let me effortlessly map out the exact trajectory of his blade, bringing the clash to a close with his weapon shoved aside, while mine remained locked onto his heart. A sharp gasp of pure shock escaped Humbert's lips. Mental whiplash had him completely frozen inside. He had deliberately tried to catch me off guard by blitzing me at high speed, yet I still managed to shut it down effortlessly. He had zero clue what had happened to me over the span of just half a month before smoothly playing it cool. Clearing his throat with a fake cough, he announced to the other pages that I had just executed a stellar defensive demonstration, involving a clean sidestep, a block using the reinforced section of the blade, and a lightning-fast counterthrust. Calling it textbook and extremely practical, he insisted everyone in the room should study my technique. I stood there totally baffled, wondering if the original plan wasn't supposed to be him attacking me, to show everyone else how defense works. Still, his sudden cover story actually sounded plausible, so I just rolled with it. All the other pages stared straight at me, looking a mix of genuinely awestruck and low-key envious. Thick Brow looked especially shaken up by the whole thing, holding the title of the second best swordsman among the page squad. He knew better than anyone just how insane that lightning-fast feat truly was. Thick Brow had totally checked out of our sparring rivalry. Any motivation to keep up with me had vanished for him completely. It was written all over his face during the demonstration. Whatever competitive fire he once had was totally dead now. Stepping into the ring with him afterward was honestly a waste of time. Not a single page drill could offer me any kind of useful swordsmanship experience anymore. The only person capable of giving me a real run for my money was instructor Humbert himself. Judging by the way he was actively dodging eye contact, though, I knew better than to push it. It was dawning on me that this page training, which used to be my holy grail, was losing its value fast. So, during a quick break, I low-key asked Humbert if I could hit the archery range instead. He gave me the green light immediately, probably just low-key hyped he wouldn't have to spar with me anymore. I grabbed a heavy 100-pound war bow and made my way over to the targets, tucked away in the far corner of the training grounds. Thanks to my beefed-up strength and constitution, I could loose over 100 shots before needing to catch my breath, while any ordinary guard's arms will be dead numb. After 20 or 30 arrows, my elevated spirit stat made my aim ridiculously sharp. I was nailing the bullseye way more consistently than before. A continuous stream of system notifications pop-ups kept me grinding hard, and by the end of the half-day session, my basic archery skill had leveled up to 2, sitting at 18 out of 300. Having better physical stats seriously speeds up everything. When lunchtime rolled around, I stared down at my page meal, a pathetic plate of mashed potatoes, 2 skimpy slices of salted pork, and some watery vegetable soup. This was nowhere near enough fuel for what my body required now. First, the training intensity couldn't keep pace with me, and now even the food was falling short. Right after the afternoon archery session, I made up my mind. I let Humbert and George know that I was officially dropping out of page training due to personal family matters before tracking down Headmaid Shadia to drop the exact same news. She completely understood right away. Without crier around breathing down my neck, training at home was actually going to be way more convenient for me anyway. She took the update like a total pro. Before heading out, I swung by the kennels to drop 3 silver coins for that greyhound puppy I'd messed around with earlier. I didn't waste time being picky about it. Bloodlines and physical build didn't mean a thing for what I planned to use him for. My main goal for grabbing the dog was to test out those sketchy recipes and potions from the beast, Tamer's Diary, and hopefully unlock a brand new class on my status panel. Tuckered out under the golden hues of sunset, I walked home carrying the puppy. Meanwhile, completely unbeknownst to me, the Wilderness Brotherhood had finally pieced together the fact that their assassin, Poison Blade, had completely bombed the job. Since this contract came straight from an influential big shot in the county city, they scrambled to pull together fresh intel on me ASAP. It didn't take them long to uncover a shocking plot twist. I had actually scored a beginner bounty hunter license, and the registration records proved I'd gotten it before the assassination attempt even went down. That massive revelation meant my true combat power was probably a rank 1 squire, honestly. Maybe even rank 2 if the rumors were legit. Which totally explains why Poison Blade getting taken out wasn't so shocking. They'd finally found their scapegoat, you see. The Brotherhood wasn't sloppy or anything, right? Nah, it was just trash intel. A top-tier, trained assassin got wasted. Because the briefing was completely bogus. Just like that. They spun their own screw-up to pin the blame on someone else. While I was cruising back home with my fresh pup, a whole different vibe was going down over at Habsburg Manor. Totally off my radar at the time. Dennis, one of the noble heirs, was locked in his study, grinding through some heavy breathing exercises, with this weird, dark, greasy gunk smeared all over his skin. Rules, his head guard captain, just broke the news that the hit squad's attempt on me had totally bombed. Dennis was low-key furious. Turns out Michelle, the Wilderness Brotherhood steward guy, was throwing shade at Dennis for dropping bad info and demanding he step up to take full accountability, giving him a hard 3-day deadline to fix the mess, Michelle warned, or else he'd snitch on everything straight to Baron Alonso, a move that would instantly cut Dennis off from his monthly stash of this precious stuff called Divine Blood. Divine Blood had totally blown up in popularity among Meister County aristocrats, reversing aging for old folks over the past year, while putting heavy-duty cheat codes on breathing technique training for anyone who hadn't hit the extraordinary level yet, with 0 weird side effects to boot. The only catch was it cost a fortune and was crazy rare. Dennis could only score 1 tiny vial a month, at the steep price of 100 gold coins, all funneled exclusively through Baron Alonso's pipeline, facing a tight 3-day crunch, bringing in pro-assassins from the shadows. Thorn Guild was totally off the table, leaving Dennis no choice but to let Rules handle the job himself. Rules was packing enough skill to wipe out anyone, sitting below a full-fledged knight. Plus he already had some nasty poison locked and loaded, with Dennis just telling him to keep things low-key and clean. Meanwhile, back at my place, I rolled up with a 3-month-old greyhound pup, and Mint instantly lost her mind with pure excitement. Having a pet was her lifelong dream. Only our household was flat broke back then. Anna was completely head over heels for the puppy too, both of them showering the little guy with gentle pats until the furry beast was practically melting from pure joy. Mint chimed in to ask what we were calling it. Slim Dog popped into my head since greyhounds are built super lean. Instantly, 2 sets of eyes slammed me with looks of absolute judgment. I folded real quick and begged them for some actual name ideas. Cookie was Mint's pitch, prompting a quick glance from me toward Anna, who was already nodding along in total agreement. Outvoted and outmatched, Cookie it was, so I handed the dog over to the girls and headed off to whip up a power nutrition meal, straight out of the Beast Tamer's diary. 2 ounces of freshwater rootgrass, a couple of eggs, half a pint of milk, and 20 ounces of chopped pork or chicken, blended thoroughly into a soggy and mushy meat paste. Right when Mint caught sight of what I was about to feed Cookie, she scrunched up her nose and straight up asked why I wasn't just throwing it some bones instead. I shot back that this mush actually cost way more than prime beef. Both she and Anna locked eyes on the soggy bowl, with pure confusion, trying to wrap their heads around how it could be so pricey. Cookie's vibe was completely different and way more straightforward. The second I brought the bowl closer, the little puppy's ears perked straight up. Its tail started wagging like crazy, and its eyes were dead set on the food. My high-end dog chow had totally won Cookie over. Instantly, I dropped the plate down, and the greyhound pup lunged right at it, wolfing everything down while proving the little guy actually had good taste. It knew what top-tier grub smelled like right away. I muttered under my breath that if this stunt failed, that would be its last fancy feast ever. It was low-key eating better than any of us in the room. Mint burst out laughing out loud, and even Shayana couldn't hold back a chuckle as she clapped a hand over her mouth, her cheeks turning bright red while fighting the giggles. Then a bunch of system alerts popped up on my face. I had officially unlocked a brand new dog training skill. And more importantly, I triggered a brand new class panel for dog trainer. Yet the final notification totally killed my hype. Career panel total has reached current limit. 3/3. 3 careers maximum blacksmith, night's watch, and now dog trainer. That was it, no more slots left. I kicked myself for not figuring this out sooner. That old dog trainer back at the manor had me wasting time playing with pups to build affection, when feeding them was obviously way more effective. It should have been obvious. But I noticed the system pointed out a current limit, which meant the cap could definitely be raised, under certain conditions like having higher stats, or hitting the extraordinary tier, or triggering some special event. I just didn't know what those exact conditions were yet. A wave of regret hit me regarding all the other cool careers. I'd never get to be a baker, cobbler, or tailor. Yet honestly thinking it over, my current 3 actually formed an epic combination. No other trade could have ever granted me something as overpowered as power burst. A tailor uses needles, a baker relies on ovens, and none of that compares to a blacksmith's heavy hammer. Plus, the system only capped the quantity of active careers, not the advancement within them. I could still level up. Blacksmith could evolve into swordsmith or armorsmith. Dog trainer might upgrade into beast tamer, or beast master, and Knight's Watch would probably progress down some kind of legendary knight's path, since the breathing technique was still listed on that panel. The fresh dog trainer page displayed level 1 sitting at 0 out of 100, alongside a cute icon of a sitting dog sticking its tongue out. Mom stepped out with dinner and instantly spotted the puppy. She pulled me aside with 3 rapid-fire questions. Why wasn't I at training? Why did I bring home a random dog? And could we even afford it? I handed her 3 gold coins from the Fishman mission and assured her that things were only looking up from here. She stared at the gleaming gold, fell totally silent, and never brought up the dog again. Stepping through the front door, Dad caught sight of the new puppy right away. A quick whisper passed from Mom to him, and he just gave a simple nod. As the evening settled in, I kicked off my practice routine, focusing on the 3rd form of giant bear breathing. Core muscles, lungs, and pure coordination were the main targets here, rather than just raw arm strength. Dropping into a deep single leg squat with the other leg stretched out sideways. I locked my hands overhead and brought my head down to meet my knee. Pushing back up slowly required balancing entirely on that single leg. An ordinary person could never pull this off, regardless of how strong or flexible they happen to be. This definitely felt like the exact turning point where real training began, crossing straight into the extraordinary, rubbing black tongue oil into my aching muscles. I somehow managed. Roughly 12 minutes before getting completely drenched in sweat and having quit. Still, the XP gains were totally legit, with multiple notifications flashing and rewarding 2 to 3 points a pop. Without a doubt, the third form was a major step up. My breathing technique training accelerated much faster now, pushing experience gains up from a steady 2 to occasional 3s. Following 3 grueling sessions of this third form, with each one pushed to about the 14-minute mark, I raked in 28 additional experience points. Hitting level 2 at 114 out of 303 sessions was basically my absolute limit with my current physique. 303 sessions was basically my limit with my current body. When the next morning rolled around, I managed to track down a quiet clearing in the woods near home, spanning roughly 70 to 80 square meters, and nicely muffled by surrounding oaks and larches. That spot muffled sound nicely. Right there, I went to work on my giant bear swordsmanship, flowing smoothly through all 5 forms. Fury slash, jump slash, guard stance, downward slash, and finishing off with a whirlwind slash. Thanks to several real battles under my belt, these moves now felt fluid, fast, and completely natural. Then it hit me. I remembered Crayon's old words about giant bear swordsmanship being born from mimicking the deadly claw strikes of bear type. Extraordinary creatures is all about raw power and unstoppable momentum. Every single time my physical strength leveled up, I could physically feel my sword strikes landing with way more impact. With power burst active, the resulting damage scaled up exponentially. Keeping those 2 core concepts, power and momentum, glued to my mind, I started drilling, and it actually worked like a charm. My experience gains started popping up with occasional 2s, instead of constantly being stuck at 1. Before the morning was over, I grinded my way up from level 4 at 245 all the way to 298 out of 1,000. That very afternoon, I headed down south of town to John's ranch to finally take my first horsemanship lessons. Dropping 2 gold coins for the session, my enhanced physical abilities meant I locked down my balance on horseback almost instantly. In under 30 minutes, I was controlling a horse, while walking and trotting in neat straight lines. John Moyer stood there completely floored, having taught hundreds of absolute beginners, and never witnessing anyone pick it up this fast, starting from 0 experience. Asking him how to make the horse break into a gallop, he explained that it was supposed to be day 3 material. He walked me through the ropes regarding different leg signals. Trotting is a 2-beat rhythm, while galloping is a 3-beat rhythm, requiring you to tap the horse's belly with your outside leg, precisely when specific hooves hit the ground. I caught onto it super fast, and finally unlocked the horsemanship perk. Unfortunately, though, not a single class change notification popped up on my screen. Picking up a practical new ability still felt pretty solid anyway. Over the next 3 days, I completely figured out the dog trainer class vibe, feeding Cookie a single nutritious meal, granted about 4 to 5 points of dog training EXP, along with 1 point toward my overall class progression. Yet taking the dog out for walks turned out way faster, netting 1 class experience point every 15 minutes flat. Daily dog walks instantly became a staple in my routine. Me, a guy who never even owned a pet in my past life, was now strolling around with one every single evening. I also stumbled upon the fact that whipping up Special Chow unlocked yet another hidden class skill, Dub Dog Food Crafting, and thanks to its wacky recipe, this particular skill leveled up super fast, raking in 5 experience points per crafting session, plus 2 class experience points each time I did it, between walking, feeding, and cooking up meals. My dog trainer class skyrocketed straight to level 2 in a mere 3 days. That hustle rewarded me with another attribute and skill point. I honestly couldn't help chuckling at myself at times. Choosing the absolute right lane matters way more than just grinding hard. I soon noticed the dog trainer class lacked any core skill trees. Unlike the blacksmith or knight's watch, it probably required a class upgrade first, much like how the basic militia class used to function. Throughout those exact 3 days, my giant bear breathing technique also maxed out to level 3. 2 days back, the regimen bumped my strength up by 1, bringing my total stats to 11, proving once again just how vital breathing techniques are to following the knight's path. More importantly, though, this technique granted me much sharper micromanagement over my own muscles. I could now easily dial in the exact intensity of my power bursts, instead of constantly going full throttle every single time. Running at 50% power let me sustain it for roughly 2 minutes, while maximum output lasted around 50 seconds, which was a slight improvement from before, plus the nasty muscle soreness afterward scaled down nicely with lower intensity usage. Being capable of fine-tuning my strength was low-key. A massive upgrade in power on its own. My current stat sheet reads, Constitution 10, Strength 11, Agility 9, Spirit 11, with 2 attribute points and 1 skill point in the bank. I mentally recalled the Knight's Squire requirements from way back when Strength, Agility, and Constitution all needed to clear 8 for the first level. So pushing past 10 across all 3 probably meant hitting 2nd level, while crossing 12 would unlock the 3rd tier. That total realization explained Instructor Humbert's shocked face. Back during our sparring session, he wasn't just pulling punches. I had genuinely gotten way stronger. If I dropped a point to bump agility to 10, I would basically qualify as a 2nd level Knight Squire. Not too shabby, considering it's been just over a month since I dropped into this world. I debated heavily on where to invest my spare attribute point, putting it into Constitution to suppress power burst side effects, or dropping it into agility to actually strike faster. Before opponents could even react, I couldn't decide. So I ended up leaving both points untouched for the time being. As for that leftover skill point, I weighed the risks since level 2, against pumping it directly into giant bear breathing, while Danger Sense was strictly a core skill that required spending valuable skill points to level up. Breathing techniques could actually be grinded out manually. On top of that, my foundational strength was directly built by my breathing style. When things go sideways and dodging is an option, pure, raw muscle is what ultimately saves the day. So I dumped my points straight into giant bear breathing, leveling that sucker up to 4. A massive wave of muscle memory instantly flooded my mind, and upon blinking my eyes open, it honestly felt like I had grinded out 2 solid months of reps. An intense, deep itch crawled all over my insides, signaling that my fascia was actively thickening and evolving, with tough fibers anchoring way deeper into my bones and meat. My skin turned tough as treated leather armor, while my explosive power and overall damage absorption both leveled up big time before my chest started burning with an itchy heat. So intense I felt like I had to bellow or explode. Right then, a system notification popped up, revealing I had unlocked a secret technique by fusing giant bear breathing and giant bear swordsmanship. Roaring Strike. The icon featured an aggressive bear head bearing sharp fangs, and its effect was using massive lung pressure to simulate a devastating bear sonic shockwave, right in the middle of a whirlwind slash. Of course, you couldn't boost this with regular skill points. Hitting level 2 demanded both breathing and swordsmanship, sitting at level 5 or higher, along with 12 points invested into strength and constitution. That sudden urge to scream came straight from my lungs, getting heavily supercharged by the breathing technique. I was tempted to test it out on the spot, but was pitch black outside. Recalling how Cray's casual display had completely rattled everything in her surroundings, I figured a single shout from me would wake up half of Flash Gold Town. Guess I'd have to hold off. One last discovery hit me. Before I even realized it, I had totally crushed the 30-minute duration mark for the 3rd form. That meant I was officially ready for the 4th stage of giant bear breathing, though I decided that pushing into the 4th form could wait until tomorrow morning. Overworking yourself usually does way more harm than good. Instead, I pulled out the Beast Tamer's diary to dive deeper into its pages. Since those nutrition recipes had already proven totally clutch, maybe I could scout out more secret formulas to fast-track my dog trainer class progression. Still, that weird, unknown text. Scrambling the potion recipes remained a massive roadblock. Cole had already mentioned that even top scholars in the county city couldn't make heads or tails of it. So cracking this cipher was going to be a nightmare. 2 possible game plans came to mind. First, I could copy a handful of these bizarre glyphs on a scrap paper and hand them over to Head Maid Shadia, hoping she might stumble on something useful in the castle library. Second, once I officially enlisted in the Night's Watch, I could run searches through official channels. A soft rap on the door suddenly broke my train of thought. It was Anna returning Cookie after Mint had finally fallen asleep. That little pup always insisted on crashing in my room, probably because it viewed me as its main trainer and alpha. Anna's eyes drifted down to the wooden amulet resting right beside the book. She requested permission to take a closer look at it, totally captivated by the intricate, detailed carvings. As I passed it over, she received it with gentle care, tracing her fingertips slowly across the surface, fully admiring how strikingly lifelike the tree and bear had been sculpted. Then, out of nowhere, an unexpected plot twist hit us both. A soft green glow abruptly emanated from the amulet, causing Anna to nearly drop it in sheer panic. Yet, sensing its gentle and warm radiance, she held on tight. While I rushed forward, completely shook, my mind going blank. For days, I had handled this exact amulet constantly, without a single thing ever happening, with wide, astonished eyes. Anna looked up at me and claimed she could somehow manage to control the emerald light. I urged her to stay chill while I inspected the artifact, my high spirit stat allowing me to pick up on subtle cues. The verdant glow carried a distinct scent of flora and woods, pulsing with a pure energy of life and vitality. Since my danger sense didn't trigger at all, I felt pretty confident it was completely harmless. Reaching out, I intentionally touched the glowing light. The very second my hand made contact, the luminance leaped straight from the charm and completely enveloped my entire physique. It felt exactly like soaking in a cozy hot spring. So comforting, so peaceful, resembling the weightless feel of amniotic fluid. An unknown, vibrant energy representing pure existence poured straight into my core. The indoor atmosphere instantly turned wonderfully crisp, as if I were inhaling pristine wilderness air, giving the surreal vibe of being instantly teleported from a smoggy metropolis to an untouched mountain forest. Once the radiance faded, I felt ridiculously great. Glancing down at my palms, I realized that all those minor scars from recent combat brawls had totally vanished. My skin looked smooth as a freshly peeled egg. This was definitely some high-tier, extraordinary power, though far from the standard knight's path, leaning much closer to actual magic or sorcery, harnessing unique, unseen energy particles. Yet why on earth could Anna trigger it, when I had poked and prodded it countless times with zero response? Suddenly, Anna swayed softly on her feet, looking totally drained. Catching her quickly, I guided her down onto my bed, where she muttered that she felt exhausted, as though she had been hand-sewing all day long, with her head spinning wildly. The symptoms clicked in my head immediately. It was severe mental fatigue. Anna must have inadvertently activated a hidden formation, or ancient mechanism embedded in the relic, which consequently drained her spirit energy to function. Far away, deep within the shadows of the Ferdinand forest, a tall, slender female elf possessing inky black hair abruptly spun around and gazed southward. She had felt a disturbance, her lost nature healing amulet. Its signature was faint, but utterly unmistakable. Someone had finally awakened it. I briefly wanted Anna to attempt triggering the amulet once more, to test my hypothesis, but seeing her pale, worn-out face stopped me. Instead, I shifted gears and asked about her childhood, leading her to share how she constantly moved around with her mom, never sticking in any single place for over a year. Making lifelong buddies was completely off-limits for her, since she always knew that leaving was practically inevitable. Rumors whispered through the air suggested her mother was running for her life. I vividly recall George casually mentioning one afternoon that Anna's mother had been snatched away by mysterious figures. Out of nowhere, Anna shifted the spotlight right back onto me by pointing out how drastically different my physique had become. Taller, ripped, buzzing with raw energy. She swore I looked like a totally different human being. I let out an awkward chuckle, blaming it all on page training. She wasn't lying, though, to be honest. I literally felt like a brand new person inside. Once she drifted off to sleep, my mind immediately wandered back to the strange amulet. Why on earth could Anna trigger its power while I totally failed? What made her so uniquely special? Meanwhile, on the flip side, Rules, the elite guard captain serving Dennis, had been quietly digging into my background for several days straight. His intel confirmed a massive discrepancy in my records. A high-tier bounty had been crushed by me just to secure my hunter license, which meant my actual combat prowess far exceeded basic militia standards. Yet my early life records remained a total blank slate. Just a simple farmer's kid who had never stepped foot outside Flash Gold Town, and yet somehow evolved into a monster in barely over a month. Even factoring in Cray's expert mentoring, that sort of explosive growth was completely unheard of. He benchmarked my stats against Dennis's progression fueled by divine blood, only to realize my leveling speed was actually outpacing him. Rule soon caught wind that I had ditched the mandatory page training sessions, which was music to his ears because it meant he could bypass sneaking into the heavily locked down Habsburg estate. Instead, he tracked down my residence, simply by buying a local drunkard a round of ale at the Oak Tavern, situated right near the sleepy southern border of the town. My cottage sat tucked against the deep woods, serving up a prime ambush location. At the crack of dawn the very next morning, he staked out a shady alleyway right outside my doorstep, and within a span of 5 minutes, out I stepped lugging my wrapped great sword over my shoulder, making a straight line for the secluded forest clearing to grind out my moves, shadowing me closely from a safe distance. He settled in to watch my training routine, though my performance left him completely floored. A deep sense of shock washed over him. He could clearly read the signs that I had zero prior formal combat schooling, no Squire Academy background, not even basic garrison drills. Yet in barely a month's time, I had unlocked a tier of power that actually surpassed Dennis's insane boosts, gained through the divine blood inheritance, concluding that my knight aptitude must be S-tier elite status, putting me right on par with Kreia herself. Taking my life suddenly felt like an absolute waste of talent to him. So he pivoted his plan to first pitch me an invitation to pledge loyalty to the Norman family, entering Baron Norman's inner circle where compliance would mean the Baron would be thrilled out of his mind, and rules would gladly take an earful from Dennis as a minor trade-off. However, should I reject his offer, his fingers quickly went to work coating his knightly long sword in a toxic, glowing green poison just as a fallback plan. Midway through my swings, a prickly sensation of being watched crawled down my spine, although the initial aura lacked enough aggressive bloodlust to trip my body's built-in danger sense alarms completely. Then out of nowhere, internal sirens started blaring like crazy inside my head. Someone was locked on and about to strike. Instantly tracking the precise angle behind me to the left, I whipped around. "Who's there?" I shouted out into the clearing, emerging dead-on from the shadowy canopy of the dense woods. A rugged figure in hunting attire strolled out at a leisurely pace. A heavy blade was strapped securely at his side. A low voice suddenly broke the silence, calling out my name. Silence was his only reply when I demanded to know his identity. Instead, he dropped a bombshell, telling me he was giving me a single golden opportunity. Pledging absolute loyalty to the Norman family was supposedly going to be the absolute best move I'd ever make. It was a classic recruitment pitch, but his vibe was majorly pretentious, acting like he was doing me a huge solid. That kind of attitude totally rubbed me the wrong way. Curious, I politely inquired about who these Normans were, figuring they had to be some heavyweight high society household, maybe even carrying the title of Earl or Marquis. Turns out they were literally just a run-of-the-mill Baron's clan. My innocent question accidentally triggered a nerve, making him convinced I was playing games by assuming their station was way higher up. Bow down to that. No shot in hell. Give up my future gig as Kreia's personal guardian knight, just to serve some random Baron I'd never even heard of? Not happening. I gave a slight nod of mock respect and shut it down. Shaking his head slowly, he muttered, "What a crying shame it was," claiming I'd just blown my very last shot at staying alive. A bright mind was apparently about to crash right here, before he whipped out his long sword and came straight at me. His velocity was insane, matching the assassin's speed, if not entirely eclipsing it. I barely managed to deflect his opening blow, stumbling back a couple of panic steps. The sheer physical force behind him bordered on true knight-tier status, even with my power burst skill cranked to 30%, pushing my strength past 14 points. I was still totally on the defensive. My best guess put his strength rating around 15, topping out at 16 max, but his attack speed was the real nightmare, running circles 2 whole tiers above mine. Only my level 2 danger sense kept me from getting sliced to ribbons during those opening exchanges. Well, at least I didn't have to stress out anymore about where to dump my unspent attribute points. A single point went straight into agility without hesitation, boosting it to 10. His next thrust came in even faster than before, though I met it with a solid block. A flash of genuine shock crossed his features, seeing how drastically my speed had leveled up, from being completely left in the dust to trailing just a hair behind him. He immediately switched tactics to an all-out assault, hammering continuous sword thrusts at me like a torrential storm. Suddenly, a rogue slash slipped past my guard and raked across my chest, shredding the cotton fabric. Thank goodness for hidden armor. a sturdy coat of plates he never saw coming. His toxic blade harmlessly glanced off the metal strips hidden underneath. If I hadn't suited up in that gear beforehand, I'd already be 6 feet under, courtesy of the lethal neurotoxin painted all over his sword. The skirmish had morphed into a complete stalemate, which totally wrecked his original timeline. He clearly figured he'd wipe me out in mere seconds, given how close we were to the main highway. Letting this drag on too long meant risking unwanted attention. My mind raced, breaking down every detail. His swordsmanship was brutally practical, deadly accurate, and battle-hardened. His baseline stats clearly outclassed mine across the board, proving that even after pumping points into agility, I still wasn't moving fast enough. Unleashing a surge of raw power was definitely on my mind, going full throttle with a massive roaring strike. Yet seeing him stay so deadpan kept me low-key anxious. Should my timing slip or my strike miss? He'd counter instantly, blowing my only real shot. Patience was non-negotiable until the ultimate opening appeared. That's when a faint green radiance along his blade caught my eye. Poison, and not just any blend, but the exact lethal venom that had been featured in that assassin's stash. My blood instantly boiled knowing a second hitman had been dispatched to take me out using a venom blade. Hoarding points or pulling punches was officially off the table. Saving stat points while facing a toxicity-buffed opponent meant total suicide, so my final stat point went straight into agility. Bumping it to 11 instantly restored my physical state to absolute peak. Without warning, he burst into motion. 3 simultaneous stabs blurred right off his sword, targeting my forehead, throat, and chest all at once. As a sharp, ear-splitting screech echoed through the air. Clearly, some high-tier military sword style served as his ultimate trump card. A rapid-fire triple stab, yet within that microsecond. The whole logic behind his attack clicked in my brain. Stripped down, this guy's finisher boiled down to basically jabbing at 3 of my kill zones, moving so insanely fast that afterimages of his blade were burned onto my retinas, pointing at my forehead, my neck, and my chest, with all 3 lethal points locked in together. Super intimidating, super legit, and honestly, the exact golden opportunity I've been hunting for. Look, when you bet the whole farm on a single fatal strike, 100% of your momentum gets locked in. Picture a 100-meter track runner going full tilt, attempting an instant screeching halt to pull a U-turn. The laws of physics straight up deny that. And those exact laws were just about to become my best bro. A ruthless spark flashed right in my eyes under the dim light. Rather than dropping into a defensive posture, which any sensible fighter would do, I chose pure violence instead, triggering power burst. My entire frame ballooned outward, as if high-pressure air was being blasted into me at a gas station. My height shot from 1.7 meters straight up to 1.9, with every single muscle swelling and turning rock solid, resembling someone who downed an entire pharmacy of gear, all in a single gulp. Mercy was being practically begged for by Hamilton's poor brigandine, stretched taut across my chest while both my sleeves endured the most tragic meltdown of their material existence. Limit breaking? You're a full-fledged knight. Escape from the guy's throat in a near shriek. A visible hitch caught in his momentum, causing all that murderous intent to wobble like jiggling jelly. And honestly, zero blame could be placed on him. The way my power burst pops off genuinely mimics a knight's limit break to AT, or at a spot some random teen, abruptly morphing into a mini Arnold. Right in the middle of a brawl, my life choices would definitely be questioned too. However, my little flex session was far from over. Hell no, as an existential crisis actively paralyzed him. My chest puffed out like a bloated bullfrog, gearing up for the performance of a lifetime. Thick veins bulged across my neck like heavy garden hoses, while my throat muscles began executing this freaky, snake-like writhing motion that undoubtedly came off as straight-up nightmare fuel to anyone watching. Instantly, Rule's survival instincts kicked into overdrive. Every single warning siren in his head must have gone off instantly, because the guy began pulling backward, faster than a spook cat spotting a cucumber. His triple thrust move was totally dead on arrival, completely canceled and refunded. Honestly, smart move on his part, since he figured out my suddenly massive physique meant his 3 precise jabs wouldn't take me out instantly. They just pissed me off instead. And a furious, bulked-up teenager wielding a huge blade, who's clearly charging up something terrifying. is a terrible trade any sane person would avoid. Yet here was his main dilemma. He had been sprinting straight toward me full throttle, and now needed to shift into reverse. Even with his top-tier physical coordination, changing directions demanded about half a second of dead standstill. And that half second was all the opening I needed. Taking a deep breath, I threw open my mouth and fired Roaring Strike. For the very first time, as a torrent of compressed air burst from my lungs like an exploding cannon. A massive shock wave billowed outward from my open jaw like a pure sonic tsunami. Trees shook violently while leaves rained down. And local birds probably filed noise complaints across 3 counties. Ruiz caught the full brunt of it point blank. His face rippled wildly, as if he were standing directly in front of a jet engine. His eardrums suffered the kind of beating that would make a loud metal concert sound like a gentle lullaby. His poor brain turned into a buzzing beehive of static. The stun effect lasted maybe a tiny fraction of a second. Yet while his head was busy trying to reboot, my steel greatsword was already doing heavy work. 20 points of strength swept the heavy blade across his midsection in a gorgeous silver half-circle arc that would have brought tears of pure art to my instructor. With deep aesthetic appreciation, time seemed to freeze as Ruiz glanced down. Before everything meant to stay locked inside his torso suddenly decided it wanted a peek at the outside world. Blood and entrails. The whole gruesome party spilled out onto the forest floor. Like the world's worst piñata explosion. He screamed out, dropped his weapon, and collapsed to his knees, frantically attempting to shove his organs back inside. Like a desperate kid packing an overstuffed suitcase. It was completely useless and doomed to fail. I watched him fade while his eyes locked firmly onto mine. His lips twitched, as if he wanted to drop some dramatic final statement. But nothing came out before he pitched forward into the dirt, and the fierce defiance in his gaze finally went dark. Though I wasn't throwing any party myself either. I leaned heavily on my greatsword, clutching my chest and coughing like a heavy smoker. Turns out blasting a sonic boom for the very first time is brutal on the lungs, who would have thought? I probably should have tested it out at a lower setting first. But real combat encounters don't really come with a rehearsal calendar. Staring down at Ruiz's limp body, I felt a deeply complicated wave of emotions. The guy possessed some serious muscle, low-key built like a tank, with stats in raw strength and agility, hovering easily around 13 or 14 points apiece. Even after I dropped 2 emergency attribute points into my agility, he was still keeping the pressure cranked way up on me. Not gonna lie, without Roaring Strike, I'd probably be toast right now. That realization sent a freezing jolt straight down my spine. And seriously, what the heck even is the Norman Baron family? Where on earth do they crawl out from? Dropping a join us or die ultimatum over a chill morning training session. Talk about main character syndrome, right? I figured I'd low-key interrogate Hamilton about them later on. Since their turf was supposedly somewhere in Meister County, he'd definitely have some juicy intel on hand. I checked the body one last time just to cover all my bases. Call me extra if you want. But I've learned the hard way about leaving enemies, who might not actually be completely out for the count. Rifling through his pockets, uncovered a sketchy dark vial, giving off major toxic poison vibes, along with a pouch holding around 10 gold pieces and like 20-odd silver, plus a neatly rolled-up parchment scroll, looking pretty worn out and heavily thumbed through. I held off on unrolling the scroll just yet, considering my Roaring Strike had been loud enough to wake the dead, or at the very least ping anyone cruising down the nearby path, dragging his carcass deeper into the dense brush. I scuffed up the dirt around the duel site with my blade to totally throw off any trackers, while purposefully ditching his fancy knight's longsword behind. That hilt was plastered with an unmistakable family crest. Hauling that thing home would be like walking around with a flashing neon sign reading, "Hey, I totally took out your boy." Local wildlife could take care of the cleanup duty instead. A free buffet for them as I made tracks back home, with my mind already sprinting through all the crazy secrets that Scroll might be hiding. Stepping right through the front threshold, my adorable little sis glanced up from playing with Cookie and hit me with a question about why I was back so early. Anna flicked her gaze over toward me as well. I felt a huge wave of relief seeing her face had regained its flush. She'd finally bounced back from yesterday's amulet burnout. which was clutch since I was about to need her magic assistance again. Just ran into some random stuff I casually threw out, while giving Min's head a gentle scratch before letting out a sharp cough. Because apparently, my poor lungs had officially filed a grievance over being converted into a makeshift sonic cannon moments prior. "Hey Anna, could you spare a second to step outside with me?" She gave a nod, but the second she closed the distance, I watched her expression do a complete 180. Gotta hand it to her, the girl is way too observant. My coat of plates was obviously battered and torn to shreds. I was wheezing like a chimney choking on thick smoke. And to top it all off, I smelled like an active butcher shop. That very last detail, that distinct reek of fresh gore, she picked up on immediately. It was the exact same sickening stench from that nightmare evening, when those thugs Blackbeard and Scarface had violently raided their house. Her entire body locked up tight the moment we stepped inside my room, blurting out in a tense whisper, "You're bleeding, aren't you?" I glanced down at my shredded cotton outer layer. Yeah, subtle was definitely not the word for it. I brushed it off, telling her it was nothing major, and asked if she'd be down to channel her energy into the amulet once more. Though honestly, I had zero clue if the relic had a daily charge limit, or if it required some downtime to recharge, acting pretty much like a mystical battery pack. By charging up on forest vibes or moonlight, or whatever crazy hidden energy gave it juice. Giving an eager nod, Anna actually looked stoked to pitch in, as if she'd been waiting forever to feel useful. Telling her to chill out, because I was totally fine, immediately backfired on my own credibility. When I hacked up what felt like an actual piece of my lung, she shot me a deadpan glare that translated roughly to, "You're a total clown. I don't buy a single word coming out of your mouth." Locking in her focus, she grabbed the glowing amulet and brought back that emerald aura even smoother than before. The light leaped straight from the charm into my chest, and all at once, it felt like my wrecked lungs were soaking in ice-cold mountain spring water, soothing the torn capillaries and battered air sacs. Every single part of me got coated in this cozy, healing energy in a matter of seconds. The urge to cough vanished completely without a trace. My lungs felt brand new, straight out of the box, with the warranty still active. This trinket was low-key miraculous, and thankfully reusable, which was an absolute W. What felt a lot less awesome was Anna's face turning ghost white again, from the mental burnout. A wave of guilt hit me for making her do this, though she insisted she was genuinely happy to help. Walking her back to get some rest, I gave her my sincere thanks. Sitting alone in my room now, I pulled out the parchment scroll, taken from the dead guy's stash. My eyebrows shot straight up to my hairline the very second I unrolled it. Dragon Empire Military Swordsmanship was stamped right there at the top in big, confident lettering. Sitting below the title were 7 illustrations, depicting a stick figure, executing various blade techniques, followed underneath by 2 much more complex diagrams, showcasing what were clearly advanced moves. Secret techniques were shown in every single illustration, focusing entirely on single-handed combat, which stood in total contrast to my two-handed, giant bear style. Careful study went into those 7 basic forms, seeing how straightforward they were, devoid of fancy flourishes or artistic beauty, featuring just clean, efficient strikes aimed straight at vital spots like the throat, eyes, armpit, and groin. Fair dueling was never the point of these designs. Instead, they were built strictly to take people down, as quickly and cleanly as possible. Easy to pick up on a battlefield, yet brutal in execution. This was military swordsmanship indeed. The real jackpot, however, lay in those 2 secret moves. Down at the bottom, starting with a rapid triple thrust, which was the exact attack that almost turned me into a human. Pincushion 20 minutes prior, I had tasted its terrifying power firsthand. And let me tell you, if that guy had fully committed, instead of freaking out over my transformation, I'd probably be rotting out in that forest clearing right now, instead of reading his notes. Flash Strike was the name of the second technique, and based on the manual's description, it packed an even bigger punch. Yet executing it demanded abilities on a full-fledged knight level. A manual detailing military swordsmanship, bereft of any secret techniques, would turn absolute beast mode if it included them. Finding that is basically stumbling upon a hypersports car with a strapped-on rocket engine, which is insanely priceless. An intense urge to dive right into practice hit me, though I forced myself to check the system notifications first. Giant bear swordsmanship. had racked up a massive 267 experience points, surging from 298 all the way up to 565 out of 1,000. At level 4, the Night's Watch class raked in 131 experience, boosting its progress to 161 out of 500 at level 3. Scarcely 2 minutes had ticked away during the clash. Yet when every single passing second feels like dancing, right on the razor's edge between life and death, the system apparently counts that as top tier combat education, which makes total sense. I definitely sucked in way more knowledge in those 2 minutes than an entire day of grueling page training could offer. My full stat sheet was pulled up by me next. Constitution 10, Strength 11, Agility 11, Spirit 11, 0 attribute points, 0 skill points available. A gorgeous balance was struck across the board, except for Constitution lagging behind by just 1 point, with just 1 more point added. A completely symmetrical stat spread of 11 across the board would be achieved. That inner perfectionist side of my brain found this low-key triggering. Pacing back and forth across my room for a bit, arms tightly crossed, I mentally replayed the entire fight, processing what went right and what almost got me killed, alongside areas needing improvement. That rules guy, or whatever his actual name happened to be, had proved to be genuinely terrifying, possessing a strength and agility rating around 13, or 14 points each, even after panic dumping 2 attribute points into agility right in the middle of battle. He was still completely dominating me. Without using Roaring Strike, I would have ended up decorating that forest floor with my own internal organs. The biggest question remained hanging in the air, unanswered. Who on earth was the Norman Baron family? And why did they want me eliminated? Simply for turning down a job offer. That has to be the most toxic recruitment strategy I have ever run into. Joining our company or facing execution would pull in some seriously negative reviews on any corporate job board. Dropping a casual question to Hamilton about the Normans was my plan, since operating inside Meister County meant he would know something. Meanwhile, somewhere deep within the county city, inside a nobleman's underground basement, which had been remodeled into a creepy ritual hall, dark forces were starting to stir. Disturbing images of monstrous entities and violent ceremonies were carved all along the cold stone walls. Amidst the shadows, only a couple of flickering wall lamps struggled feebly against the overwhelming darkness. A low voice echoed through the gloomy space. Inquiries being made about a black flame prayer ritual. Whatever that phenomenon happened to be, it sounded suspiciously like the exact type of mess that would eventually land right on my plate, down in some sketchy aristocrat's hidden crypt, resembling the fever dream of someone who took dark academia way too seriously. Some shady business was going down. The underground cavern stretched out massively, giving off total ballroom vibes, though instead of classy art on the stone walls, you had creepy carvings of twisted monsters and brutal blood rituals. A pathetic pair of wall sconces desperately tried to light up the gloom. Spoiler alert, they totally bombed. A lanky, starved figure decked out in heavy armor was giving a status report to a cloaked dude called the priest, sitting deep in the shadows. This armored giant stood well over 2.2 meters tall. It was built strictly like a grasshopper, with ridiculously thin limbs that looked ready to launch him straight into outer space. He lugged around a 2-meter serrated, curved blade resembling a scythe that had a cursed baby with a chainsaw. What an absolute sweetheart, right? Their conversation centered on the black flame prayer, a ritual needing to be wrapped up in half a month, instead of the initial full-month timeline. Apparently, their Dark Master's awakening was speeding up big time, which is just as terrifying as it sounds. The Grasshopper Knight pointed out that rushing things would definitely cause chaos and trigger unwanted imperial attention. The priest basically shrugged it off, stating that those greedy nobles they'd been drugging with divine blood needed to finally earn their keep. He ordered another dozen bottles, handed out to keep the aristocrats cooperative, or at least make them look the other way. Then the priest casually tossed out blood sacrifices as a backup plan, sounding as casual as ordering takeout when the local diner is totally packed. Nervously sweating under his helmet, the Grasshopper Knight noted that their previous stunt over in Manhwa town drew the wrath of a crew known as the Sword Bearers. Giving a dismissive wave of his skeletal hand, the priest told him to hit up Baron Alonzo instead, who was apparently the noble most desperate to join in their dark ceremonies and score their master's blessing. They also touched upon the hyena gang getting wiped out. Huge W for me. They concluded it wasn't the sword-bearer's handiwork, because the crime scene showed heavy poisoning and massive weapon wounds, which totally didn't match the sword-bearer's usual MO. They just wrote it off as a petty revenge killing, or random violence, had they realized it was just one teenager, dealing with severe anger issues, and holding a stolen bottle of poison. They probably would have laughed themselves straight into early graves. Visibly relieved, the priest ordered the whole operation sped up, before the Empire caught on to them. Once the grasshopper night finally cleared out, the priest sat by himself in the heavy darkness, with a flickering lamplight exposed. How grotesquely bloated his body was beneath those black robes, contrasting horribly with his withered, skeletal arms. Whatever chaos was unfolding down there, it was totally majorly bad news. None of that nightmare fuel was on my radar, though. I was busy grinding away at something way more productive, mastering a brand new sword style. That afternoon, I decided to study the Imperial military swordsmanship, straight from that dead guy's parchment. Obviously, the forest clearing near my house was permanently retired as a training venue. Way too many people had tried to assassinate me right there. At this rate, I should totally start charging admission. Welcome to Rain's Murder Forest, folks. Someone dies here like clockwork every 48 hours. Since military swordsmanship only uses a single-handed sword, I only needed a tiny bit of space. I just borrowed Anna's house key, rearranged some furniture inside, and boom, instant indoor training hall, baby. That beats getting ambushed by random, sketchy swordsmen. Between my workout sets, I grabbed the hand-and-a-half sword, issued by the Night's Watch, and got straight to work practicing my basic swordsmanship. Already sitting at level 4, picking up military swordsmanship went way faster than I expected. The system flashed a confirmation in no time. New skill unlocked. Then came a notification that literally made me do a double take. The system detected that I already knew basic swordsmanship, another single-handed sword technique, and asked if I wanted to merge it into Imperial military swordsmanship for the low price of 0 skill points. Apparently, because basic swordsmanship was so genuinely basic, the fusion was completely free of charge. It was like getting a trade-in discount on a bicycle, while upgrading to a motorcycle. The fine print explicitly explained that after the merge, basic swordsmanship would vanish from my character panel, though I could still execute all of its techniques. The military swordsmanship style would absorb the best parts of the basic style and level up. Plus, all my accumulated experience would be converted at a specific ratio. Instantly, a bunch of questions popped into my head. Could I merge any sword skills of the exact same type? Was it the exact reason why Giant Bear swordsmanship never triggered this? Simply because it required 2 hands? Would this normally cost skill points? Was basic swordsmanship just way too elementary to charge for? If it had cost even a single skill point, I would have passed, because every single point was precious. And investing in my breathing technique or Giant Bear swordsmanship would deliver immediate, tangible returns. But for 0 points? That was like stumbling upon free cash on the sidewalk. You just pick it right up. Without hesitation, I selected yes. My basic swordsmanship level 4 at 578 out of 1,000 vanished into thin air right before my eyes. Taking its place, Imperial military swordsmanship popped up at level 2 with 128 out of 300 points. The conversion rate was admittedly not very generous, compressing over half my hard-earned progress down significantly. Still, that shortcut saved me roughly 2 solid weeks of grinding, so I would gladly take that deal every single time. A massive wave of training memories flooded my mind, seamlessly fusing straight into my muscle memory. Testing out the moves afterward in the quiet room, I could immediately notice subtle, refined differences compared to the notes on the parchment. With some fresh techniques, my strikes came flying from way trickier angles, and they hit with a bit more punch. The system had smoothly integrated basic swordsmanship strengths, and the polished result showed a tiny bit of progress. It was such a minor upgrade that, without my buff perception, I probably would have totally missed it. Still, it was legit. Basic swordsmanship was apparently way too basic to add much value here. Kind of like dropping a single splash of fancy oil into an already decent engine. Suddenly, Mint's cheerful voice echoed brightly from the doorway. "Big brother, Uncle Villain's here to see you." Dropping my practice right then, I stepped outside to check it out. There stood Captain Villain, rocking his signature black leather armor. Mint flashed him her absolute sweetest grin, and bounced right back to the yard, where she and Anna were digging around in the garden, while Cookie zipped frantically all over the place. 2 girls and a puppy made the whole setup look straight out of a painting about cozy domestic bliss. Villain threw a curious glance past my shoulder at Anna's rearranged furniture. Why are you hanging out in Anna's house? Chuckling lightly, I smoothly dodged the question. What's up, Captain? He stared at me with an unusually intense gaze, then broke into a wide grin. Zen, I've got some awesome news for you. Villain dropped the bombshell casually, like he was just commenting on the weather. The hyena gang just got completely wiped out. Dog King Cole and all his top goons turned up dead at Dogfight Manor. 3 days ago, I could practically see the gears spinning inside Villain's head. Did he suspect me? Nah. He had clearly already run through all the possibilities and crossed random teenager completely off his suspect list. Most of the bodies were taken out by poison, which totally screamed professional hitman vibes. The general consensus around town was that the hyena gang had finally pissed off the wrong high-ranking nobleman, who then hired some elite killer to clear house. Oh, really? Any clue who pulled it off? I asked, putting on my most convincing surprised look. Talk about an Academy Award-worthy performance right there. Someone seriously needs to hand me a trophy. Villain shook his head, while breaking down the details of the ongoing investigation. Professional hits, fatal poisonings. Classic textbook assassin methodology. Meanwhile, inside my own head, I was having a massive epiphany. I had originally coated my blade in lethal venom, purely for maximum killing efficiency, but smearing toxic stuff everywhere apparently also doubles as an awesome red herring to throw off investigators. They see death by poison and instantly jump to the conclusion of a trained assassin instead of a pissed-off teenager, wielding a stolen bottle of toxins, with zero chill. Definitely filing that trick away for future use. After running his mouth about the gang's epic downfall, Villain finally remembered the real reason he came. Hamilton wanted to see me over at the administration hall. Talk about perfect timing, because I had some burning questions for Hamilton too, like who the hell even is the Norman Barron family? And what makes them think that join us or die is a legit recruitment pitch? Stepping into Hamilton's office, I caught the mighty full knight looking about as lively as a soaking wet dish rag, buried in paperwork and massaging his temples. He was low-key, radiating the universal vibe of someone who desperately needed a break. Things have been getting super weird lately, he told me, with too many security incidents, mysterious events, cult activity, and monster sightings. Even the local storm and ocean goddess churches in the city were running around like headless chickens. Before his expression suddenly lit up with a grin. The reason I called you here is that your Night's Watch paperwork is finally official. A round silver badge, roughly 2 sizes bigger than a gold coin, was handed over to me. Etched on the front was a half-body figure, clutching a torch in one hand, a sword in the other, and a bow strapped across their back. Total classic Night's Watch imagery right there. My name and a long ID number were stamped on the back, mirroring the bounty hunter badge, crafted mostly from pure silver. The material had other metals mixed in to prevent it from getting too soft. Smiling, Hamilton declared, "This is the elite badge for the Night's Watch." Normally, standard Night's Watch members have to grind for about 2 years of accumulated merit just to reach elite status. Compressing 2 whole years into roughly a month is a pretty solid flex for a former skinny farm boy, if I do say so myself, before he slid a small booklet my way, titled The Merit Point Exchange Catalog. It turned out my current balance was sitting at 119 points, earned straight from the Nolman and Fishman missions. Flipping open the pages, I started browsing the catalog, which boldly read Imperial Security and Guard Forces. Merit Exchange, Catalog Non-Commissioned. Wait a minute. This isn't exclusive to the Night's Watch? I glanced up, looking totally confused. Laughing it off, Hamilton explained that the Night's Watch, security officers, and city garrison troops all operate under the exact same Imperial umbrella, meaning merit points are universal across all branches. Fair enough, I guess. Just one big, happy family of people whose day job is punching things. Leafing through the catalog felt like window shopping at an upscale store, where everything costs 10 times your actual salary. My paltry 119 points could afford 4 steel-grade swords, which sounds impressive on paper until you realize I already own one and definitely don't need 4 more. What actually grabbed my attention was the fact that Dragon Empire military swordsmanship and its matching tactical breathing technique were both up for grabs in the exchange pool. Just the swordsmanship alone cost a whopping 400 points, while the breathing technique ran for another 800, putting the whole bundle at a cool 1,200 points. I practically choked considering I only had 119 points to my name, which isn't even 10% of the total price tag. Wondering if any elite watcher in history had ever successfully saved up enough to buy both. I figure it probably took them a solid decade of slaying monsters, while carefully avoiding getting killed. Yet, ironically enough, here is the plot twist. Those military combat techniques, which I literally stripped right off a corpse, pulled in a solid 400 merit points. Evidently, eliminating assassins sent off you stands as the ultimate meta for grinding currency in this universe. Forget about mining, forget about trading, and forget honest work. Just camp out for incoming killers. Wipe them out and loot their gear. Talk about a total life hack. Sadly, the shop catalog listed 0 black tongue oil, or anything pertaining to giant bear breathing methods. That was likely due to security clearance limits. My rank was simply too low to unlock the good loot. Subsequently, I decided to grill Hamilton about training setups, seeing how my forest clearing had turned into an ambush hotspot, and throwing punches inside Anna's cramped living room, sandwiched between her dinner table and dresser. Wasn't exactly built for maximizing my fighting stats. Hamilton's exhausted demeanor vanished in a split second. He sprang up with the high energy of a kid, flexing his favorite new action figure. Taking 2 right turns past the main office, he led the way, straight to a designated training yard, spanning a few hundred square meters with practice dummies, archery lanes, and racks stacked with practice blades. Roughly 60% of the crew there were working on archery, which totally aligned with the Night's Watch combat meta. The second Hamilton stepped into view, however, everyone froze and shouted out greetings, hailing Lord Hamilton, the security chief. He formally introduced me as the newest Night's Watch recruit, telling everyone to show me around. Then his gaze shifted to me, carrying a sly, mischievous grin across his face. Rain, so the squad can witness what you're truly made of. Step up here and smack my palm with your hardest hit. He extended his hand outward, treating the whole thing like it was NBD, just casually asking someone to hand over the fries. Oh hey, just wail on me with peak human strength. No biggie, right? But I saw right through his game. Hamilton had been low-key curious about my actual power scaling, ever since I managed to stall that savage Norman. Back then, his own injuries and my unofficial status had prevented him from testing me out. Now, however, I was officially his subordinate, making me fair game for a combat check. Every single operative in that training yard locked their eyes straight onto me, the new guy about to punch a veteran knight's hand. Zero pressure whatsoever, as every single member of the Night's Watch present in the area swiveled around to stare at me, acting like I was the main event at a circus show. Some veterans recognized me from the Norman Showdown, while others were laying eyes on me for the first time. Either way, they all formed a tight circle, sharing that universal vibe of, oh, this is going to be pure gold. Hamilton stood anchored there with his palm thrust out, unfazed, telling me to strike him with full force, as if this were just another standard Tuesday routine. Hey newbie, welcome to the team. Now do your best to break my hand. One absolute vibe check. Such hospitality really makes a guy feel at home. I forced a quick smile and nodded along, while my mind was low-key spinning calculations at warp speed. In mere milliseconds, releasing a full power burst would instantly grant me 22 points of strength, which would probably blow past Hamilton's personal night level threshold. And honestly, on day 1, stepping up as an official Night's Watch member, by launching my boss so hard that he goes flying across the training arena, that isn't making a good first impression. That's literally handing me a restraining order. My imagination was already painting the whole disaster, with Hamilton tumbling backward in slow motion and completely wrecking a heavy weapon rack, while the entire training yard fell into dead silence, leaving me standing there looking like a total clown, muttering an apology. Was that a bit too extra, my bad bro? Ruining my career before it even started was definitely not on my 5-year bucket list. Though holding back too much wasn't an option either. The last time Hamilton saw me in action, I had successfully blocked a vicious, bleeding Norman. So stepping up with just my base 11 strength now would make it look like I had actually regressed. And somehow that outcome felt even worse than sending my boss to the ER. So I locked in on a solid 30% power burst, which should be plenty to flex a little, serving as a surprise welcome gift for the boss. Sort of like bringing fresh donuts on your first day, a new job. Except the donut is a clenched fist, hurtling at blazing speed straight towards someone's palm. I adjusted my fighting stance, anchor my left foot firmly, and lunge forward. My entire frame blurred right across the open space between us. And one crisp, fully extended cross punch crashed straight into Hamilton's waiting palm. The collision echoed sharply like someone dropping a heavy sandbag off a tall roof. Yet what I experienced next blew my mind. His hand completely absorbed my strike, as if absorbing layers upon layers of reinforced tough leather. All that kinetic force simply dissolved and dispersed, vanishing into thin air, while the counter shockwave traveling back through his hand was practically non-existent. The man had managed to neutralize the rebound force, down to nearly zero, proving that his level of muscle mastery was something way beyond my current wildest dreams. It felt like watching a grandmaster solve a Rubik's Cube, completely blindfolded. While I was still struggling to figure out where the matching colors went, Hamilton's mouth twitched slightly, and his eyes suddenly lit up like a kid on Christmas morning. I quickly caught him discreetly shaking out his right elbow, hidden right behind his back, making tiny, rapid tremors to shake off the stinging pain. So I actually managed to sting him a little bit. Pulling that off at just 30% felt secretly satisfying. Outstanding work, Rain. Your knight aptitude is turning out even better than I expected, he praised, staring right at me as if I were a winning lottery ticket he had accidentally found inside his winter coat. The surrounding Night's Watch members weren't oblivious either, given my blinding speed, the sharp crack echoing from my punch, and Hamilton's failure to completely mask his surprise. They had all figured out that the new kid wasn't just some run-of-the-mill recruit. Back in his office, I could practically picture his gears turning, as his calculations scaled drastically upward. Without missing a beat, Hamilton inquired whether I practiced the giant bear breathing style. I gave a nod, since keeping it secret was pointless, when the guy could probably sniff out breathing techniques merely by watching somebody sneeze. According to his estimate, I had hit the 3rd level of Knight Squire, and he projected that a breakthrough to a full-fledged knight was within reach, roughly half a year from now. Going from a complete novice to a knight in under a year blew my mind. Even Hamilton looked low-key shook by the timeline, praising my raw talent as low-key insane, though his expression quickly shifted into a heavy frown. Securing the advancement potion was going to be a major headache, since there simply wasn't enough time to grind out the merit points required to trade for one. Through standard Night's Watch missions, he tossed out the idea that my mentor might need to step in and assist. That was my cue to finally drop the charade. Hamilton had always taken it for granted that Perez was my teacher, the legendary sword master currently residing at the manor. I had never bothered to correct him because Kreia had explicitly made me promise to keep her involvement under wraps. Yet the whole dynamic had taken a wild turn, given that someone from the Habsburg bloodline was actively trying to take me out. The Night's Watch served as arguably my only viable safeguard, making Hamilton's backing absolutely critical. If he ever found out I had been playing him for a fool by accidentally bumping into Perez down the road, the resulting breach of trust would be infinitely worse than just coming clean right then and there. Plus, dropping this massive secret on him would probably read as a major power move of trust, appealing directly to Hamilton's strategic mindset. Honestly, the best play I could make. Sir Hamilton, I don't actually have any real ties to Instructor Perez. Both my breathing techniques and swordplay were directly passed down by Lady Kreia herself. A sheepish grin crossed my face as I nervously rubbed the bridge of my nose. His jaw practically hit the floor in pure shock. Wait, what? As the scattered puzzle pieces finally locked together in his mind, he suddenly cracked up laughing. You absolute sly dog. You've been hiding this masterclass from me the whole time. It instantly dawned on him why. I was completely clueless about advancement potions. Kreia had vanished long before we ever reached that stage of my training. He figured. Had she witnessed my true ceiling before heading out, she would have set up custom provisions for me. Perhaps even dragged me along to the imperial capital with her. Hearing that name, the imperial capital, sent a sudden jolt through me. The beating heart of the entire Dragon Empire. I am definitely heading there someday to check it out. At that exact moment, Hamilton also connected the dots, surrounding my recent brush with assassination. It finally made total sense to him why someone inside the Habsburg household was gunning for my life. The second I brought up the Habsburg heirs, he zeroed in straight on the eldest son, Alonso. Alonso is completely unhinged, Hamilton muttered with a grave expression. And he's apparently mixed up deep in sketchy cult stuff. That's managed to grab the high-key attention of big authorities. Due to that whole mess, stepping straight into your business is totally off limits for me. Things could actually end up way more sus. I asked about the second brother, confused why Hamilton had jumped straight to Alonso. Hamilton looked genuinely puzzled. There's no way it's Descartes. Since he's stationed over at the Imperial Military Department, why would he ever stress over a total nobody like you? Stuck all the way out here in Meister County. Plus, he and Kreia have always been super tight anyway. Zero motive exists for him to hunt you down. Well then, Misteri Sal d'Alonso. That obsessed cult-vibing eldest son was definitely the one trying to check me out permanently. That Norman Baron squad he sent over was probably tied to him somehow too. A legendary quote from my old life flashed through my brain: never bully the young and poor. Though honestly, I totally blanked on the rest of that inspirational saying. I wasn't feeling deep or philosophical at all. Just riding a way more straightforward vibe. Just you wait, Alonso. Just you wait. Meanwhile, back at Habsburg Manor, Dennis was living through the absolute worst day of his spoiled life. He was faking his way through some financial reports when a sudden knock interrupted him. He lit up expecting his guard captain, Rules, to step inside bearing sweet news about my corpse. Instead, Tina walked in, a servant girl who apparently only materialized uninvited whenever catastrophic news was dropping. Rules told me to let you know if it didn't make it back by sunrise today. The mission was a total bust. Dennis's reaction hit right around where you'd expect a pampered aristocrat to land, discovering that his elite fighter got smoked by a farm kid. He completely flipped out screaming, totally unable to process how Rules, a battle-hardened veteran, could possibly lose to some peasant son. The phrase farmer's son kept ricocheting inside his skull like an angry pinball. Then, because Dennis is basically the kind of human who makes reality worse with every single breath, he took out his toxic rage on poor Tina in the most messed up way imaginable. Following his disgusting temper tantrum, he grilled her hard for more specifics. Though she had zero extra intel, Rules had literally only dropped that single sentence. Dennis's brain finally started grinding through the disaster he had built. Just how did Rules drop the ball? Did Kreia hand the peasant some secret cheat code or treasure? Where did the showdown even go down? Did Rules leak any dirt about Dennis before kicking the bucket? And oh man, his old man was going to go absolutely ballistic over losing Rules, who was low-key one of the Patriarch's favorite heavy hitters. Dennis might not even be allowed to keep crashing at Habsburg Manor after this disaster. Please. His monthly supply of divine blood was officially wiped out completely, and it was entirely caused by some random kid. What was his handle again? Having been called Farmer's Son so many times by him, my actual name had completely slipped his mind. Not gonna lie, Rain. Living rent-free inside a nobleman's head is a flex, while watching him spiral into increasingly desperate choices. Settling down at his desk, Dennis scribbled a desperately groveling letter to his father. Esteemed and dearest father, truly the timeless opening line of every aristocratic apology since the dawn of civilization. Keeping Rules a secret was deemed impossible by him anyway, so making an early confession and begging for backup felt like the smarter play. Once Daddy Dearest started investigating things, my name would naturally cross their radar, though that was honestly a problem for future Dennis. What totally went right over Dennis's head, however, was that his precious older brother Alonso was the mastermind who originally dispatched the assassin. After me, the Habsburg family drama was giving a seriously multi-layered cake of total dysfunction, and somehow I was stuck right in the middle of it all, like an awkward cherry sitting on top. Back inside Hamilton's cluttered office, I was just about to inquire about the Norman Baron family connection when Hamilton pivoted to a topic that instantly captured my undivided attention. Advancement potions made me sit up straighter and lock in, like a student. Discovering this exact topic is on the final exam. First off, Rain, you gotta understand. Every single breathing technique demands a completely different advancement potion, Hamilton explained with a professorial vibe, as if he genuinely enjoyed dropping knowledge on me. Luckily, you practice the giant bear breathing style, which is super common around here, so the matching potion is relatively less of a headache to source. Brewing the actual potion itself, he clarified, wasn't even that complicated. Just grab one main component plus a few side ingredients. Toss them together and boom, you're done. Hunting down a top-tier main ingredient was the real boss fight, though. And this is where things got wild. The core component always had to be something known as an extraordinary wonder. Basically, some magical body part harvested straight from a ferocious, extraordinary beast. Specifically for the giant bear breathing path, I needed something referred to as a giant bear's palm, ripped right off a ferocious bear-type creature that had already crossed into the extraordinary tier. My brain immediately started crunching the numbers. Ferocious bear beast, extraordinary level palm, meaning. Yeah, I basically had to hunt down a superpowered murder bear and chop its hand off. Sounds entirely safe and totally reasonable, right? Just another casual Tuesday errand. Keeping the breakdown going, Hamilton explained the matching logic. The advancement potion always hits peak efficiency when the primary ingredient lines up with your breathing technique. Animal type, giant bear breathing, paired with a bear type wonder equals maximum results. Utilizing parts from a totally different beast. Say a wind serpent could technically do the trick, though you'd notice a major dip in effectiveness. It's basically pouring diesel straight into a gas tank. Sure, it runs, but you're gonna hate every second of it. Then he moved on to the absolute coolest part. Once you rank up to a full knight, using a properly customized potion, you don't just score a simple stat boost. You actually unlock a legendary perk called an extraordinary trait. For guys running the giant bear breathing style, this typically manifests as insane raw strength, a signature ability that lets you shatter all conventional physical limits. My brain's internal calculator immediately went wild. Shattering limits? I already had power burst equipped, which straight up doubled my strength to 22 points. If this tremendous strength could stack on top of that, holy crap, the numbers would look completely ridiculous. I'd be punching clean holes right through castle masonry. Though knowing my typical luck, my entire torso would probably implode from the overload, giving me yet another solid reason to keep grinding Constitution. Nobody wants to go down as the world's strongest dead teenager. Hamilton dropped another example on me. Rapid Leopard Grading. Practitioners normally unlock lightning speed, pushing their baseline agility way past normal boundaries. It clicked. Matching your breathing style to the trait made total sense. But then he dropped a bombshell that completely blew my mind. You aren't always restricted to just one trait. He told me about a giant bear breathing master, whose evolution brew utilized a very specific paw, harvested from a mountain storm bear. That absolute unit woke up not just tremendous strength, but also snagged a rare secondary perk called Thick Hide, some sort of supernatural defensive armor that channeled mysterious ambient energy particles, pulling off two extraordinary traits from single breakthrough. Hamilton's eyes glazed over dreamily just talking about it, looking like he was describing his ultimate vacation fantasy. And honestly, I was right there riding that wave with him. Landing two traits would completely flip the meta. The sheer quality of your main ingredient clearly mattered an immense amount. Choosing a regular ferocious bear paw versus scoring a mountain storm bear paw could spell the difference between grabbing one trait or two, between being a very capable knight or an absurdly overpowered walking raid boss. In human skin, I immediately started mentally adding, track down the most ridiculous, over-the-top legendary bear creature on the planet, and steal its paw straight to my running checklist, sandwiched neatly between don't get assassinated again and figure out what the hell is going on with that creepy cult basement. This advancement potion was shaping up to be easily the most crucial milestone in my immediate future. Securing a high-tier potion could completely define my entire knightly career, while landing a mediocre one would feel like hitting the lottery, only to blow every single cent on more lottery tickets. Hamilton had casually mentioned that grinding out Enough merit points via nights. Watch missions probably wouldn't pan out within my tight time frame, which basically forced me to hustle up. Some alternative way to get a giant paw. Bear's Palm Challenge accepted. Let's go. My mind was racing as I pieced everything together. Two main factors probably dictate why certain individuals unlock crazy traits, while others only get one. It ultimately boils down to two things: personal body differences, and the quality of the core ingredient in the advancement potion, or maybe a mix of both. After all, the capability gap between people can be way wilder than the gap between entire species, and trust me, there are tons of distinct, extraordinary bear variants out there. Not just one or two. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in my head. That fierce Norman weed I fought before, the one covered in pale blue energy shimmering around his frame. Sir, was Norman's blue aura what you meant by mysterious side energy particles? Hamilton gave me a look like an exhausted teacher, whose absolute slowest student finally solved a calculus problem. Bingo, that guy. Norman had awakened a special talent named Skyrand, which is essentially the monster equivalent of what we humans call extraordinary traits. Same concept, different name tag. Skyrand cranks up movement speed and buffs cutting power like crazy. Apparently, it is the ultimate dream trait for assassins and scouts. Naturally, I want to push my luck. Has anyone ever awakened 3 traits? Hamilton chuckled. Of course, though usually only because they're breathing. Technique was top tier from the start. The kind of rare legacy methods only ancient noble families hold in all of Meister County. Probably only the Habsburgs might have one. Then he dropped a fascinating perspective that I honestly hadn't considered yet, Rain. Having a widely practiced breathing technique isn't actually a disadvantage at all. It just means the matching advancement potion ingredients are way easier to track down and buy. Wait, what? Wasn't rarity always better? Turns out, absolutely not. Hamilton illustrated this with a brutal example. There used to be an OP technique named Thunderbird breathing, handed down through some hereditary Marquis family. Its advancement potion required actual Thunderbird feathers as the primary component. The catch? Thunderbirds have slowly gone extinct over the last 1,000 years. No Thunderbirds means 0 feathers. That family burned through their entire stockpile, and centuries ago, the very last feather was consumed. Not a single soul has successfully advanced using that style. Ever since, an insanely powerful breathing method, rendered totally useless by supply chain issues. Talk about the universe's most toxic joke. So the logic was crystal clear. Overpowered techniques demand rare components that might literally vanish off the face of the earth, while common techniques use everyday ingredients that have plenty of backups. For ordinary folks dreaming of scoring a knight title, a basic breathing technique is honestly the most practical play. Sometimes, being boring and reliable beats being exotic and impossible. Then out of nowhere, my system decided to crash the party. Ding! Host has listened to extraordinary secrets, triggering the advanced class change option. Extraordinary night. My eyes nearly popped right out of my head. A class change notification, sparked simply by listening to Hamilton yap. I totally should have been attending his lectures from day one instead of standard training. Just parking myself in his office, sipping tea while soaking up all that lore, would have been the ultimate meta leveling strategy. The requirements finally flashed on screen. Giant bear breathing at level 5 or above plus baseline stats, where strength, agility, and constitution all cleared 12. Horsemanship level 3, shield defense level 3 were mandatory, alongside archery level 3 and any melee combat technique. At level 4+, its corresponding advancement potion. Naturally, it flagged conditions as totally unmet, seeing how I was majorly lacking across the board. Yet the game-changing revelation was massive. Becoming a knight squire first wasn't even necessary. I had been stressing over that preliminary class transition for absolutely nothing. Knight advancement operated completely independently, meaning as long as prerequisites were checked, I could skip straight to full knight status, regardless of my messy current class setup. Talk about a major W. Hamilton caught me standing frozen like a stone statue and playfully poked fun at my information overload. Little did he know, I was actually browsing hidden holographic system windows and internally throwing a massive celebration like a lottery winner. I offer my deepest thanks while genuinely meaning every syllable. Then a frantic messenger suddenly burst through the doors. Viscount Hamadi urgently required Hamilton at the county city. Immediately, leaving Hamilton to assign me straight to Villain Squad, while dropping hints that Villain had constantly bugged him about when I would finally join up. That brought a wide grin to my face. I tracked down Villain over at the dusty training grounds, and the second he heard I was officially under his command, he landed a heavy slap on my shoulder, hard enough to completely rearrange my skeletal framework. Finally, you honestly have no clue how many times I've nagged Hamilton about this exact thing. He informed me that routine night patrols would kick off tomorrow, leaving me a bit of breathing room to prep and notify my family. Fair enough. Once I got back home, I holed up in my room to map out a foolproof grinding strategy. The Night's Watch operated like a massive imperial career ladder, and climbing higher was vital for unlocking exclusive resources. Plus confidentiel. Standard daily patrols yielded practically 0 merit points, whereas real fortunes were farmed through high-stakes emergency quests, such as the Barbarian Manhunt and Fishman extermination operations. Consequently, my game plan was dead simple. Grind relentlessly, level up my stats, and eagerly volunteer for every single dangerous assignment available. Taking on bounty hunter contracts during daytime downtime would function as sweet bonus experience. Hunting down those targets printed on wanted posters was basically farming walking experience points with legs. I mentally broke down the specific night advancement milestones, pushing the breathing technique up to level 5. We're just one more upcoming class. Level up would reward me with the required skill point, alongside pushing 3 base stats past the threshold of 12. Every single stat was falling just a point or 2 short, because the giant bear technique already gives a natural buff to strength and constitution. Agility ought to be my main focus whenever I drop my attribute points, leveling up horsemanship and archery to rank 3. Just take some extra reps down at John's ranch. Alongside the training grounds, though shield defense is way trickier, merit points have got to be traded for the skill, or else I need to track down a mentor. By the following evening, Cookie and I headed out on our maiden night patrol, alongside Villain and Mateo in a super chill team vibe, with an easygoing atmosphere filled with constant chatter. The topic of conversation eventually drifted toward Cookie, and Mateo gave my greyhound a thorough inspection like a total pro. That dog looks like he's pushing 6 months, right? He's actually only around 3 months old. Mateo's facial expressions shifted rapidly, through a whole range before freezing in absolute disbelief. Are you messing with me? Villain spun around to get a look too. My top-tier dog Chow had transformed Cookie into an absolute growth machine day by day. The pup looked noticeably bigger and seriously buff, even though it was draining twice my family's entire monthly food budget. The results were honestly undeniable. Cookie looked twice as old as he actually was. Mateo finally decided the hound was just blessed by nature, hitting the ultimate genetic jackpot for greyhounds. Villain checked Cookie out with newfound respect, while letting out impressed clicking noises with his tongue. I just chuckled, playing along about how lucky I'd been lately. Little did they know I was feeding that beast gourmet rations, way pricier than beef, before Mateo. Sweet. Innocent Mateo stepped up to share his personal dog food recipe. Plain rice mixed up with a raw egg. He genuinely wanted to help my dog put on size faster. I nearly choked on the spot since my dog was feasting on water, root grass, premium cuts of meat, milk, and eggs, all brewed together via some ancient beast tamer formula. Yet here this guy was pitching plain rice and egg. It was like trying to hand instant noodles to a Michelin star chef, but his heart was in the right place. So I gave him a sincere thank you on behalf of Cookie. Woof, woof, woof. A sudden, furious fit of barking broke out from Cookie, directed straight at a dark alleyway off to our right. All 3 of us turned our gazes toward that pitch-black alley, where Cookie was making a fuss. Villain and Mateo stared into nothingness, seeing only shadows. My dark vision gave me a massive edge, however, revealing 2 tall figures moving stealthily through the gloom near the far end of the passage, with each person lugging a massive, squirming sack. Half-human size bags thrashing around like that definitely spelled trouble. 2 individuals carrying heavy sacks right there, I murmured in a low tone. Villain and Mateo shot me a look, like I just claimed I had X-ray vision through solid walls, which, to be fair, was basically the truth. Reacting instantly in the dark, Villain called the shots. Let's chase them. Cookie spearheaded the pursuit, acting like the most hyped-up police hound on the planet. While the rest of us sprinted behind him, those two shadowy figures must have caught wind of us, because they panicked, dropped their heavy bundles on the pavement, and bolted away with insane speed. Right as I was about to hunt those creeps down myself, an orange signal flare suddenly blasted across the dark sky, over toward the northwest. It was a Night's Watch distress flare, meaning our guys were in serious trouble. Mateo had already popped open the discarded sacks lying on the ground. Tied up and gagged kids were trapped inside, every single one of them. Human traffickers back at it again. Fuming with rage, I knew squad safety came first no matter what. Our teammates had to be our top priority. Violin stayed behind to look after the kids with Mateo, while Violin and I bolted through the dark toward the flare. Upon reaching the spot, the chaos had already died down completely. Another squad of Knights Watch members had unfortunately crossed paths with the traffickers too. Only these guys were a totally different breed. They had actually bulldozed through 3 Knights Watch operatives and slipped away cleanly, leaving one of them with an injured arm. Something about this whole mess just felt seriously off to me. These kidnapping attempts were getting way too frequent lately, and way too ballsy, meaning these weren't just low-level random crooks anymore. This had all the hallmarks of an organized operation, and Hamilton was furious, prompting him to beef up nighttime patrols immediately. Yet across the next 3 nights in my assigned sector, not a single thing happened. Either the traffickers got spooked into hiding, or they packed up and shifted to a different hunting ground. All through those days, I fell right into the standard Night's Watch grind. Our duties cover night security, putting out fires, dealing with wild beasts, and responding to emergency alarms. Day shifts were left entirely to the regular security officers. Since nighttime operations carried much higher risks, Night's Watch members were typically built as heavier hitters and pulled a much better paycheck. Standard guys pulled in 8 silver coins every month, while elites like yours truly pocketed a full gold coin. We got a day or 2 off per week to recover, depending on whatever the captain's schedule looked like. Staying awake all night long was honestly no big deal for anyone running advanced breathing techniques. A quick power nap afterward left me fully recharged and ready, leaving plenty of daylight hours wide open for intense training. My daily routine rotated through breathing drills. Back in my quarters, horsemanship lessons out at John's ranch, and sword and archery practice down at the administration hall's training grounds. I also picked up some crucial intel for Violin. Over the course of a casual chat, the Empire kept a tight chokehold on commoners, trying to learn breathing techniques and elite combat skills, which explained those ridiculous merit point requirements. Nobles, though, oh man, they could freely hand down any teachings they wanted to their followers, no sweat. No wonder everyone was dying to become a nobleman's servant or personal guard, since the entire system was rigged to keep everyday folks down in the dirt, while the nobility stacked all the power for any commoner to reach extraordinary heights on their own meant enlisting in an imperial organization, grinding merit points for years on end just to learn techniques, then grinding even more points for an advancement potion, and finally praying you survive the breakthrough. Talk about brutal. The class that leveled up the fastest over those 3 days was hilariously enough Dog Trainer, shooting straight to level 2 at 223 out of 300. And guess why? Because the game system actually tracked all my all-night patrols. While Cookie and I were out walking the dog, 8 straight hours of patrol flew by, multiplying that by 15 minutes per experience point. Resulted in absolutely insane stat gains. I was low-key getting paid to level up. My dog walking hustle had literally reached peak efficiency. Over at the training ground, I was basically a total boss, armed with giant bear swordsmanship techniques. So instead, I opted to spar using a hand-and-a-half sword, along with imperial military swordsmanship. There was 0 point in flexing my full capabilities to everybody. All my various skills were leveling up nicely. Night's Watch. Level 3 sitting at 247 out of 500. Military swordsmanship level 2 at 245 out of 300. Basic archery level 2 hitting 121 out of 300. Steady progress was being made across the board. Then, right after patrol one morning, a guard summoned me straight to Hamilton's office. A case file regarding Ellie Mine was handed to me by him. Multiple miners had gone missing. 3 bounty hunters sent out to investigate had also vanished without leaving a single trace. With the mine shut down, the workers were completely terrified, Hamilton explained that this situation had escalated to a mysterious event. Classification meaning that something supernatural was likely lurking down there, whether it was monsters, spirits, or worse. News about Elaine Mine's trouble was something I recalled hearing earlier, though things had clearly gone completely south. Hamilton suspected something that specialized in ambush attacks, perhaps venomous scorpions that thrived in dark, damp environments and killed in total silence. Or maybe some cave-dwelling humanoids instead. One of the missing bounty hunters happened to be an experienced monster hunter, which totally scared off every other bounty hunter in the county from taking on the gig. Here's the best part, though. Mysterious event missions offered a payout of 3 to 5 times the merit points of standard assignments. If we managed to take down whatever was down there, even more points would roll in. Hamilton basically dangled a massive merit point carrot right in front of my face, and I took the bait instantly with him leading as a full knight. The overall danger felt pretty manageable. Back home, I ran to grab Cookie, since a dog's sharp nose and ears would prove invaluable in dark mine tunnels. Upon my return to the administration hall, reinforcements sent from the county city had already arrived. Viscount Hamadi was represented by a butler named Schmidt, who brought along a gray-robed old man known as Injury, a well-traveled bard, along with 3 seasoned bounty hunters named Faruja, Saulen, and Asim. My attention was instantly grabbed by the bard. A well-traveled scholar type might actually be able to decode the unknown, writing tucked inside my beast tamer's diary. Though this was definitely not the time nor the place to ask. Wrong identity, wrong situation. Wrong everything, so I mentally filed that thought away for later. Our full expedition finally assembled with 12 Night's Watch elites. Schmidt's squad of 5. And Hamilton leading the way. We mounted up and rode out toward a lime gold mine, located southwest of Flash Gold Town. Whatever entity was terrorizing those subterranean tunnels was moments away from a massive breakdown, or so we hoped. Let's be real about supernatural chaos. You never truly know what you're dealing with until you're already deep underground, and backing out is no longer an option. Still, that's precisely where the sweet merit points are waiting. And those exact points form the barrier between me and actual knighthood. So down into the sketchy, abandoned mine we march. It was the heart of autumn, and while our chaotic squad of monster hunters rode southwest out of Flash Gold Town, the scenery completely transformed. From stripped wheat fields into rolling hills, draped in amber foliage. It was high-key picturesque, giving off total postcard aesthetic energy, which is ironically not the vibe you'd vibe with. Right before plunging into a literal murder cave, roughly an hour later, we finally pulled up to a lean gold mine nestled halfway up a hillside. A visibly shaken mining supervisor, alongside several laborers in rugged work attire, were hovering right by the entrance, acting like terrified kids waiting for pest control to handle the most nightmare-fueled bug infestation ever. Stretching out just past the pit entrance stood rows of weathered wooden shacks, serving as miner housing, where faint sobbing echoed from within, belonging to families who had lost loved ones. That sobering reality hit me like a truck. The mine shaft itself gaped like a dark void into the earth, framed by rusted ore carts and iron tracks, vanishing straight into pitch-black shadows. Heavy-duty beach wood barricades had been cordoning off the perimeter. Captain Villain interrogated the local miners thoroughly, though they barely knew anything useful. First came bizarre, crashing noises, then blood-curdling screams, followed by dead silence. By the time anyone actually mustered the nerve to investigate, fresh pools of blood were all that remained, following multiple gruesome incidents, and 3 bounty hunters disappearing without a trace. Absolute terror kept everyone else out, and honestly, you can't even blame them. Hamilton ultimately called the shots that we had no other choice but to enter, and formation was locked in immediately, with 3 elite bounty hunters taking point, followed closely by Villain and me alongside several Night's Watch operatives, then Schmidt, the Bard, Injury, and Hamilton holding the center, while the remaining 7 or 8 Night's Watch veterans guarded the rear in a strict single-file line, forced upon us by the cramped tunnel layout. The opening zone was surprisingly decent, offering enough breathing room for 3 or 4 people to walk shoulder to shoulder, with wall-mounted oil lamps casting a steady, reliable glow. Soon enough, we cleared a fork where an older mining branch split off, having been completely abandoned decades ago in favor of a newer path. Some 20 years old now, which was currently ground zero for all the chaos. As we ventured further down, the passageway constricted, and the wall lamps began fizzling out into total darkness. The mining supervisor had already warned us that unrefueled flames naturally burn out after a couple of days. Yet my internal survival instinct was already blaring alarms and intensifying with every single step we took. Something lethal was lurking down here, no doubt about it, keeping every single muscle in my body coiled tight and ready. We stayed low, ready to counterattack in a split second. Suddenly, a bounty hunter leader caught sight of something odd. An oil lamp had burned completely out, only to find it had been violently ripped right off the stone wall. Deep claw marks were gouged brutally into the nearby rock. Curiosity drew everyone in close for a better look. Right at that exact moment, an explosion tore loose, bursting straight from where the tunnel floor met the wall. Massive jaws suddenly snapped viciously at one of our night's watch guys. "Watch out!" I screamed at the top of my lungs. Standing directly behind the targeted teammate made it physically impossible for me to block the path. Instead, I scrambled for the next best option and delivered a heavy kick to his side. My boot connected with a solid thud, shoving him hard, just inches clear of the beast's snapping jaws. Sheer panic instantly plunged the tunnel into chaos. Flickering torchlight illuminated the terrifying silhouette of our attacker, before one of the bounty hunters named it out loud, with a voice that sounded utterly blood-curdling. "Crystal lizard. There's a crystal lizard crawling in here now." My dark vision let me scan the creature in full detail. It stretched 3 to 4 meters, armored in a rocky, textured skin that rendered it virtually invisible against the dark mine walls. No wonder even Cookie hadn't sensed its presence beforehand. The entity functioned basically as a living geological formation. Cookie was now howling furiously at the beast, which proved to be useful in the exact way. A blaring car alarm helps during a bank robbery. Annoying as hell, but fundamentally useless. My kick teammate wasn't nearly as lucky. The lizard followed up by whipping its heavy tail around and striking him squarely across the lower back. He went flying sideways into the wall before collapsing hard, writhing in excruciating agony from a likely fractured spine. A pair of bounty hunters rushed forward to thrust their blades into the creature's back. Clang, clang rang out. Sparks flew everywhere while inflicting zero actual damage. The heavy stone hide lining, the crystal lizard's back, acted practically as a solid slab of granite. Their swords might as well have been flimsy pool noodles. Then, old Andre's voice rang out clearly from the center formation. "Strike its eyes or belly, because the dorsal armor is impenetrable." Thanks a lot for the tip, Encyclopedia Grandpa. That's useful insight, except for one small problem. Its eyes were tiny walnut-sized targets, bobbing on a thrashing head inside a dark tunnel. Plus, I was swinging a massive greatsword instead of a precision surgical needle. And the soft belly? Sure, let me just ask this 600-pound armored killing machine to politely flip over so we can get a tummy rub. The 3 bounty hunters stood completely paralyzed and helpless as the rampaging lizard slashed 2 more Night's Watch members with sweeping swipes of its claws, while the rest of us flailed around in total confusion. Then, realizing easy kills were no longer on the table, the creature pulled a sharp U-turn and bolted straight deeper into the mine shafts. We cannot let it get away. If that monster vanished and blended into the shadows again, finding it would become impossible, I lunged forward, dropped down low, and slid my heavy great sword underneath the lizard's body, just like I was pulling off, executing the most savage baseball slide you've ever seen, with both hands gripping tight. Every ounce of my remaining power was unleashed upward. 600 or 700 pounds of massive crystal lizard was blasted straight up into the air, spinning a full 90 degrees to fully expose its pale and totally vulnerable underbelly. If anyone had happened to catch the beast's facial expression, right then, total pure panic would have been clearly visible. Deep inside those tiny walnut-sized eyes, its heavy limbs were flailing helplessly in the empty space, just like a helpless turtle flipped onto its back. One lightning-fast silver flash cut straight across that soft stomach. Glowing fluorescent green blood burst out everywhere, looking like the grossest party popper in existence. The heavy monster slammed hard back down onto the cavern floor, twitching briefly inside a growing puddle of toxic-looking, green liquid before falling completely still. The three elite bounty hunters, who hadn't even bothered to utter a single word to me since we first stepped foot in this mine, probably assuming I was just some clueless teenage noob, were now staring directly at me, like I had just pulled off some insane magic trick. Their entire vibe did a massive 180 shift. Turns out flipping a massive 700-pound armored reptile using a casual blade leverage and slicing it wide open midair earns you instant clout. Within the hardcore bounty hunting scene, who would have guessed? Hamilton stepped up right after, gave my shoulder a friendly pat, and said, "Nice work," with an approving grin spread across his face. Schmidt quickly suggested that we pack up our gear and head out. Mystery solved. Monster is down for good. Mission totally accomplished. Indra inspected the fallen beast with genuine, scholarly obsession, confirming out loud that crystal lizards are terrifyingly rare. Stealth ambush predators that thrive in subterranean darkness and are known to be aggressively territorial, usually limiting themselves to one per mine network. He also pointed out that the rare carcass fetched a serious payout before asking to purchase a vial of its fluorescent blood. Hamilton shot a quick look over at me. A quick shrug from my end sealed the transaction immediately. Fortnite's watch elites hoisted the heavy lizard carcass up, while we began trekking back toward the exit, and these hunters suddenly wouldn't stop chatting my ear off, practically tripping over each other just to stay on my good side. The sharp contrast away from their earlier icy cold shoulder treatment was honestly hilarious. Everyone's mood was riding high right then. Lightning fast mission, expensive. Threats successfully eliminated, with only minor injuries that could have turned way worse. By standard mysterious event safety metrics, this expedition felt practically like a luxury vacation. But here is the catch that completely flew under the radar. While we strolled back through the winding stone tunnel, spirits soaring high and defensive guards completely dropped. Right there on the damp rock wall behind our backs, a pair of creepy fist-sized yellow eyes slowly blinked open and silently tracked us passing by. We definitely weren't alone down in these depths. Not even close, while I casually bantered with the bounty hunters and checked my interface for system updates. Plus 145 points in swordsmanship experience, along with 76 points in Night's Watch experience, gained straight from the Crystal Lizard boss fight. Not a bad payout at all for just 2 sword swings. Meanwhile, these guys completely ghosted me the entire trek here. Yet suddenly they were low-key fighting one another, just to secure the title of my new bestie wild. Who would have thought? A massive 700-pound lizard could totally flex your social game. They dropped names like the Barbarian Bounty Hunter Squad and Harold the Giant as they tackled that ogre gig near Flash Gold Town. That convo instantly sparked my memory back to when I watched them ride through the settlement, especially that shield-toting barbarian chick bringing up the rear. Now that I'm piecing it together, I hadn't caught any word about their safe return. They had checked out of the beach 3 days ago, meaning they should have been back by now, heading straight toward the county city instead. Maybe these local city bounty hunters might actually know something. So I played it cool, nodding along while quietly farming intel. Then, right mid-sentence, everything totally went off the rails. A bizarre, low-frequency hum rippled through the air, vibrating well past the limits of normal human hearing, like the entire planet was suddenly glitching out. Everyone felt it before the ground violently started quaking. Loose debris rained down from the dark tunnel ceiling. People stumbled in panic as someone screamed, "Earthquake!" Cookie instantly started barking like crazy toward our blind spot. My internal danger radar redlined with a sudden enemy attack warning. I tried to shout a heads up, but before I could even pivot, a brutal gust of displaced air blew past the back of my head. Raw survival instinct kicked into gear. I threw my weight down into a frantic forward roll. The 2 Night's Watch elites directly behind me weren't as fortunate. The sound that echoed right after will haunt me forever, sounding just like a heavy iron sledgehammer smashing a melon at full blast. Their skulls literally just popped, sending brain matter and blood splashing everywhere. 2 guys had literally been shoulder to shoulder with seconds prior, laughing about how chill this mission was, were wiped out in a single heartbeat, just like that. I spun around in terror and finally caught sight of our attacker, standing nearly 3 meters tall, with its jagged head nearly grazing the cavern roof. It was a towering humanoid beast wrapped in rough, cratered, rock-like hide, wielding a massive stone mace over 2 meters long. topped with a spiked head the size of an oil barrel. That utterly devastating double kill had come from just one lazy swing of its weapon. My brain was spiraling with questions. How on earth did something this colossal manage to sneak up on us? We had literally walked through this exact stretch on our way in. I had my danger sense active plus I had Cookie, whose hearing and olfactory senses are dozens of times sharper than any human's. Yet neither of us picked up on this creature's presence until the fatal blow was already landing. It's seriously mind-blowing that something built like a walking mountain could move in total stealth. Captain Villain's eyes instantly flared red with absolute rage. Those two fallen soldiers were his trusted right-hand men, brothers in arms who had survived countless bloodbaths by his side. He lunged at the monstrous beast with every ounce of his power, executing a textbook spear thrust straight into its rugged chest. Clank, blinding sparks erupted in the dim light. With zero puncture damage done, the monster's entire physique was forged from some exotic mineral that made the crystal lizard's armor look like damp cardboard. Villain's blade just bounced off the target, as if striking a sheer cliff face. Without warning, the beast lashed out with its heavy mace, defying its massive physical bulk. The weapon moved with terrifying speed, operating like a natural extension of its arm, way faster than anything that heavy had any business moving. Villain tried to scramble back, but failed to escape the arc. Tightly shutting his eyes, he braced to join his fallen comrades. Clang! Villain's eyes snapped wide open. Hamilton materialized there, muscles bulging with limit break energy, with a heavy steel shield wedged squarely between Villain and the oncoming mace. Hamilton's face flushed crimson from the massive strain, having shattered his usual limits. He had bulldozed through several allies in the formation and arrived at the absolute final second. A deep dent now scarred the center of the shield. Any standard barrier would have shattered completely. Run! Hamilton roared at Villain, who stumbled backward with his face burning from humiliation. His sheer recklessness had forced his leader to absorb a blow that no sane warrior should ever attempt to tank. Because here's the core issue. Not even a full knight can outmuscle a 3-meter rock monster that isn't a skill gap. That's a total species gap, like arm wrestling a forklift. I watched Hamilton's arms tremble violently after absorbing that impact, before the monster struck once more, delivering a vicious upward swing that Hamilton failed to block. The sheer force launched him like a cannonball, crashing violently against the hard stone wall. At last, torchlight fully illuminated the creature's massive body, featuring an ugly, pitted stone surface and a humanoid shape from the back of our formation. Injury, the bard screamed out in sudden recognition. It's a mountain stone troll. Those things were supposed to have gone extinct centuries ago. How on earth is one standing here? His shock lasted roughly 2 seconds before morphing straight into something I can only describe as academic greed. Cranked all the way up to max volume, he began barking orders at everyone. The thing possessed incredible strength and was wrapped in a natural rock armor. Don't engage it head-on, though, he quickly added, in a tone practically dripping with greed. If you manage to drop it, there's a solid shot at securing a stone troll heart, a legendary treasure worth an absolute fortune. The moment he dropped the words stone troll heart, the pieces clicked inside my brain. Hamilton had previously told me about extraordinary wonders, those magical items that sometimes crystallize deep within supernatural entities, upon death, serving as the key ingredient for advanced potions. A stone troll heart had to be one of those prizes, worth a massive fortune, and potentially vital for my own progression path. Yet I wasn't the only one whose ears suddenly perked up. At the mention of a fortune, the 3 bounty hunters beside me underwent a noticeable transformation. They licked their dry lips, while their eyes ignited with the unmistakable fire of pure greed, exchanging one swift glance between them, and everyone completely agreed on the plan. Their reasoning wasn't entirely brain-dead either. To be fair, that stone troll was low-key terrifyingly strong, yet its striking speed felt pretty much on par with a normal human. These guys were seriously agile combatants. Dodge the swings, slowly chip away at the rock armor. Axes and picks break through stone all the time, right? Enough hits would eventually crack it wide open. I watched this chaos unfold, feeling equal parts amazed and struck by the overwhelming sense that I was witnessing some profoundly questionable financial choices, thinking to myself right then, This has got to be the textbook definition of people dying for wealth. Just like birds dying for food. The head bounty hunter finally made his big move, showing off genuinely insane agility as he slid feet first, straight underneath the towering stone troll's legs. Then, positioning himself right beneath the monster, he wound up his short-handled battle axe and swung upward with maximum force, squarely into the stone troll's rocky crotch. I had to hand it to him, tactical choices aside, smashing the groin of a 3-meter stone giant with an axe while lying directly beneath. It was undeniably a bold strategy. Whether that boldness leaned toward absolute genius or a one-way ticket to an early grave was something we just have to find out. Though you honestly couldn't knock his dedication to the plan. When it came to targeting weak spots, he really went all in on that one. Bright sparks flew directly off the stone troll's crotch, resulting in a grand total of 0 damage. Turns out that legendary strategy of hitting the vulnerable spot between the legs, which works on basically every breathing creature alive, does not apply to entities built entirely out of rock. However, that universal truth stating that nobody, no matter their species, ever enjoys taking an axe to the groin area, that definitely still held true, because the stone troll was beyond furious. It raised its massive stone mace high into the air, and brought it smashing down with lethal intent onto the exact spot where the bounty hunter had just been lying. The sheer impact rattled the entire cavern, feeling like a miniature earthquake. Yet the quick bounty hunter had already scrambled around the back of the beast and started hacking away at its knee joints and spine, like an unhinged lumberjack, tearing into the ugliest tree on earth. Witnessing their buddy pull off a narrow escape, the other 2 bounty hunters thought, hey, you know what? This might actually work out after all, because while the stone troll was huge, immensely strong, and heavily armored, it was also notoriously slow and clumsy. Provided they stayed light on their feet and kept grinding away, they could theoretically wear this beast down, just like relentless stone cutters working overtime. Rock chips were flying everywhere beneath the shattered surface, as a completely different grayish material started to show through. Their eyes instantly lit up with dollar signs. Everything looked picture-perfect for about 8 seconds, before the stone troll let out a deafening roar, seemed to bulk up in size even more, lifted one massive pillar of a leg, froze dead in midair like it was charging up a devastating special attack, and slammed its foot down onto the earth with the impact of a falling meteor. My old injuries flared up to scream a warning from the sidelines. Giant stone stomp, better dodge right now. Way too late now. Radiating outward directly from the point of impact, a brutal shock wave tore through the air, much like tossing a massive boulder right into a quiet pond. Except this pond was forged from solid, unforgiving rock, and these violent ripples possessed enough force to shatter bones. Even from a safe distance of over 10 meters away, standing there felt like trying to balance on a wildly wobbling trampoline. The 3 bounty hunters, positioned dangerously close to ground zero, were instantly knocked off their feet, like helpless ragdolls thrown onto a violently vibrating table. And that precise moment is when things turned seriously ugly, truly horrifying. Crashing down violently upon the first unfortunate bounty hunter, the stone mace struck, acting like some terrifying fly swatter wielded by angry gods. One brief second, he was a living human being. The next moment, he became something I honestly can't even bear to describe. Let's just politely call it a grim pile of meat paste, representing the absolute most accurate term for genuine, authentic ruin. A completely smashed, zero preservatives organic disaster. The kind of gruesome sight that genuinely makes you rethink your entire perspective on human mortality. The second bounty hunter, his face splattered heavily with his buddy's lingering remains, fought desperately to claw his way back up and scramble away. He didn't make it far at all. Sweeping sideways with vicious momentum, the mace caught him squarely at the waist, launching him violently straight into the cold tunnel wall, where he was instantly transformed into a horrific, macabre abstract painting composed of blood and crushed tissue. The final surviving member of the trio, known as the original crotch chopper, turned visibly pale but managed to hold his nerve together. He quickly resolved to execute his previous sliding maneuver once again, launching himself feet first, directly beneath the stone troll's massive legs to escape safely behind it. That high-risk slide actually worked out perfectly, popping out cleanly on the opposite side, He immediately broke into a panicked sprint toward us, with pure relief washing over his face, though we instantly started screaming warnings for him to watch out as loud as we could. He looked totally confused by the commotion, wondering why everyone was shouting at him like that. After all, the stone troll was undeniably slow and lumbering. It couldn't possibly catch him from behind. Just in time, he finally snapped his head around to look back, only to witness a multi-hundred-pound stone mace, hurtling directly at high velocity toward his forehead. The towering stone troll had casually hurled its heavy weapon like a javelin, essentially a building-sized murder javelin coming straight for him. The grim result looked precisely like a tiny bug, being crushed flat by the largest hand in the universe. Just like that, the bounty hunter trio met a completely total wipeout in under 10 seconds flat.